Welcome back to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Ranting Monkey, and this is the after party. Hey, it's fucking stupid. I'm annoyed. I'm highly annoyed. I didn't sleep, and I'm in a great deal of pain. And there's motherfuckers lying about me on Twitter. I don't like to be lied about in my best fucking mood. And right now, I'm not in that mood. So here's the deal. Apparently, I'm just a horrible right-winger who skips over right-wing stories, even though I read some. I just don't read them long enough. You'll have to figure out how those things are both possible because they came from the same person. And I just lie about it. I just lie. Because if I don't only attack lefties, you guys will all leave. We only do things we're trying to just appease the audience. Do you guys remember the Ahmaud Arbery days? That wasn't that long ago. You guys remember that? Do you remember how pissed off many people in the audience were about all three of us and our far right belief that man was murdered in the street? But guys, hey, we don't say anything that we think might upset you. So as soon as you guys look like you're a little bit upset, we shut the fuck up about it. We just, we won't talk about it. We'll take whatever side you tell us to for reasons that defy reality. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm afraid to speak my mind. Are you out of your fucking mind? I'll say whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want, and I do it all the fucking time. You know, it occurred to me. Maybe I just don't talk enough. Maybe I just don't say enough about how I feel and what I think and where I stand. Maybe I've just been a little bit too on the fence about things, you know. I'm just that fence rider who can't take it. So I thought, this would be a perfect time to clarify my position on whatever the fuck you want to know. So bring your pussy ass over here and ask. And I'm not asking you, like, why didn't you say bad things about Trump? Give me a specific fucking thing you want answered. I will be happy to answer it, you dumb motherfucker. Give me a specific position. Something you think I haven't been clear enough on. Give me one. Give it to me, motherfucker. I'm ready. Let's do it. What is it I haven't taken a side on? What is it I've been too goddamn vague about? I might be a little annoyed, you guys. I might be a little bit annoyed. I don't mind. By all means, talk about me. That's fine. Don't lie about me. Don't fucking lie about me. I've never been afraid to say any goddamn thing I want. That's the part that really annoyed me, was that we're just sucking up to you guys. We've had many fucking arguments with our audience where people get really fucking mad at us. Hey, Scribbles, how you doing, my friend?
Hello. So I thought if nothing else, you could use a straight man. So yeah, I will be working at the time of doing this.
Oh, that's fine. I understand.
But I mean, I always figure I was going to play a second banana anyway. I just wanted to say something real quick.
Before you do, how you feeling,
yeah, sure,
my friend? How you feeling?
Did
you get some rest?
Yeah, I'm tired, but yeah, I don't know what happened yesterday. It was like I was feeling kind of before the TEDx, but I was functional through it, and then maybe about an hour and a half afterwards, my stomach started being unkind to me, and I just felt really logy and kind of and my nose was stuffed up, and it was like, is this allergies? Do I have the COVID? I don't know, but I don't really feel like I'm going to be much good on the show tonight, and I think I just want to lay down for a while. So I kind of did that.
Your voice sounds a little off.
Well, I am just waking up too, so that could be a part of it. But at least now my maybe around halfway through what would have been the show last night, I started feeling okay, and the stuffiness kind of went away. So who knows? But I'm fine now.
Well, I'm glad, because people were worried about you, and all we knew was you weren't feeling well, so we didn't know what to do. We didn't have anything else to tell them, so I'm glad you're feeling better. Anyway, so you were going to say.
Well, there's one overarching thing that, at least a criticism that we seem to be getting, or maybe it's me, because I'm the one who ends up choosing the stories most of the times at the top of the night. And so just as a broad statement, why don't I, generally speaking, choose Fox News as stories to read? Here's the thing. I don't know if you know this. I don't trust Fox News. Now, that's not to say I trust CNN anymore, but it's sort of my reflexive pedigree. When I was growing up, let's say, into the world of global politics after 9/11, which is, that was starting point for a lot of people. The propaganda and the nonsense and the kind of doublespeak and kind of yay America all the way and going to war kind of stuff came from Fox News, and they were caught on multiple occasions tailoring their headlines, using video clips incorrectly, blah 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 blah. And there wasn't anything to argue. They were doing some really shady shit. And so for the better part of I don't know. I mean, most of Obama's term, and then, of course, prior to that, even during Bush's term, I saw Fox News as nothing but right-wing propaganda, and I don't trust them. So I'm not inclined to go read their stuff, because it's like all I'm going to hear is the one-sided stuff. Now, of course, these days you can't go anywhere without getting one-sided stuff for sure. I just find CNN more entertaining because their ridiculousness is about as blatant as Fox News was during the Obama administration. And between them and New York Times and Washington Post, these are the mainstream. These are the guys that keep being reported, and these are the guys that do have, to a certain extent, maybe CNN not so much anymore, the infrastructure to actually get information and report news. And sometimes they do really amazing things, and sometimes they say bullshit. But at least I know there's a mixed bag there, whereas my presumption of places like Fox News is, why bother? I'm just going to be hearing the president's mouthpiece, and that's boring to me.
Well, here's the thing, and I appreciate you explaining that to the guys, but let's explain the whole process. This is our whole process, guys, when it comes to picking news. Before the show, Scribe goes and picks out stories from CNN, the Clinton News Network.
Usually. Not always everything from CNN, but that's the first place I go.
I mean, yeah,
it's the first place I go.
And you pick them out based on you thinking the headline sounds interesting.
It's either a top story of the day, or the headline looks like an interesting story. I try to mix it up between things that are, things you can't avoid that are serious, and maybe some oddball pieces. Just, stuff that looks interesting.
You don't read them before we go on air.
No, I don't. I mean, it's a rare case where I might read the first sentence or something if I don't understand the headline, like if the headline's kind of goofy. But
this is why there's times Scribe will start talking about a story, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've read this.
Right.
And he's like, well, let me get to it.
Yeah, I was just like, Jesus,
read it yet.
Don't ruin it for me, monkey. I say that all the time. You won't shut up about it.
Well, I'm an opinionated jackass.
I know.
So when it comes to the news, it's CNN fucking headlines most of the time.
Yeah.
Now, we're also accused of cherry picking what we pull from MSS News. So let me describe to you how we do that. Mm-hmm. With rare exception, when it's my turn to read, I go to the hashtag. When I tell you guys, it's time for the hashtag. There are a couple of times, like last night when it was just me and Satsu, I pulled it up as we started the show, so it was already ready to go. I hit latest, and I just read in order from the top to whenever we run out of time. Mm-hmm. The only things that get skipped, at least on my nights, are when we have duplicates.
Yep.
When somebody has posted more than once, because we only read one story from each person.
Try to.
Or if it's a story about an animal or a little kid getting hurt.
Yeah, I mean there are exceptions. Those. There are exceptions, like if it's a major like national news story, like a school shooting or something, it's just kind of unavoidable. Or if it's related in some way, maybe to something we've talked about before.
Sure.
I mean, there are exceptions to it. When I get to MSS News, at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm looking for the stuff that A, we didn't cover, obviously, in the main part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And B, also, sort of the funny, weird, oddball, Medium or Guardian, was I the asshole sort of stories. Something a little lighter, just because I know that the news that I'm going to cover at the top of the show is probably going to be the more serious, less funny stuff.
We get 2 complaints from MSS News. There's people who think we're doing it personally to them, or people who think we're avoiding, like in this case, you're avoiding right-wing stuff that it makes them look bad. No, we're not. We're reading it in fucking order.
Yeah, send us stuff.
You can follow the fuck along if you want.
Yeah, send us stuff about Mitch McConnell. Send us stuff about Tucker. I don't care. I honestly don't care. We've read stories about Tucker Carlson misbehaving before. We've read stories about Republicans misbehaving. And if you want to talk about Republicans misbehaving, I don't know, listen to us talk about a Donald Trump story or something.
Well, here's the thing. I get accused a lot. Well, you only go after liberal politicians. I go after the liberal politicians' positions. Unless I'm making a joke like calling AOC a donkey just for the fun of it, it's something that's in the news. If there's something that's in the news that you think is that important that somebody did, by all means, point it out.
Mm-hmm.
But don't just go, why don't you criticize Trump? About what?
Yeah.
Give me something. What? I'm happy to tell you any of my fucking positions. I'm happy to tell you wherever I stand on anything. I am not a shy man. I'm rather blunt and happy to share. So I'm tired of this nonsense. You never attacked Donald Trump. About what? Specific. Give me what? Me not attacking him doesn't mean I haven't addressed what he said. Because you know what? Sometimes I don't think the guy's wrong. Oh, no, monkey. You're supposed to always think he's wrong. I don't. Sorry. But I have criticized the man. You want a specific example? How many times have I mentioned that Donald Trump waited until he had a Democrat Congress in there to push the wall so that he could use it for political reasons?
Mm.
I know I've done that at least half a dozen times. At least. How many times have you heard me complain that Republicans are fucking pussies who won't do what they said they were going to do when they ran for office because they're too busy trying to hold on to that office instead of being principled people? ACA come to mind. How many times have you guys heard me say, we have a replacement, and then it came up for the repeal and replace, and they went, 6 years they told us that. How many times have you heard me go, 6 years? I never criticize them, ever. Give me a specific that I'm supposed to be criticizing. Or, and by the way, if you give me, so you should be criticizing this. I'm not always going to criticize it because sometimes I don't think it's wrong. Sometimes I think it's taken out of context. Sometimes I think people are flat out lying because I've actually done my homework. There's a story like that right now on Trump. Supposedly Trump's going to shut down TikTok as punishment for coronavirus. That's a story that was put out,
right?
Which is not what he said. That's not what he said.
Yeah, we do that. I talked about this the other night. It's like if I don't like someone, and I'm being an honest person about it, the last thing I should want is to hold someone to account for something they didn't do. And it's just the flip side of the things that made me stay away from Fox News when I wasn't doing a nightly show or something. It's like I read something and then I look at the reality compared to what's being reported and I go like, I don't trust Fox News. I don't like Fox News anymore if I ever did. So I'm not going to watch them. So I watch CNN and it's like, Trump delivered the most divisive speech ever in the history of forever at Mount Rushmore. It's like, okay, how was it divisive? I could believe it. Here's the thing. I could believe it. I could believe Donald Trump when he has his druthers, as in he's out in public and he's with a crowd and he doesn't have a script. I could believe he'd say something stupid. I could believe he'd say something politically divisive, not that any politician ever does that, of course, that he could say something that is at least rhetorically racist and so on. I could believe it. So, all right, CNN, the people who will not hold back in criticizing Trump, that I don't have to worry that they're going to filter it for me through some kind of sugar-coated lens. Tell me what Donald Trump said. I don't want to have a skewed notion of who this guy is when it comes to stories, because I will go to the people that hate him first, because at least I know I'm not going to get the rose-colored glasses version from Fox News. All right, I mean that was my initial thinking. Sure. When going to CNN when we started this show, was just like I don't want to be inherently lied to, right? Because of political bias. But then I read their reporting, and the quotes they pull out are the most innocuous and as many as I can count on one hand type quotes, because they only quoted him like 2 or 3 times. And the most divisive thing that he said was the phrase left-wing radical. After that, it was looters, anarchists, rioters, etc. And that those are people that should, I think it was something like they should be afraid, or we're gonna stop this, or something like that. And I thought, okay, left-wing radical is such an amorphous term that, sure, you could say, oh, he's attacking the left in this country and he's being divisive. But they didn't even focus on that phrase in the course of the article. They just quoted him and then moved on and just said it was divisive and said it was this and fiery and blah, 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 but almost never quoted him again. And I read that article to you live, and you were like, that, or not, actually, you missed out because you were late. I read that article, you came on, you talked about an article you'd read somewhere else.
New York Times.
The New York Times, and then I reiterated the couple of quotes, or at least, what's the word I'm looking for in the morning? Paraphrase the quotes that I'd heard in the other article, and you said that was more quoting than I got out of the story that I read on the New York Times. And I was like, yeah, because if there was something that, I mean, here's the thing. If there was something that was blatantly, like unavoidably, Trump just said that everybody who doesn't agree with him is a basket of deplorables, right? If he had said something that sort of like, right.
Shit.
What?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Lady Monkey. Lady Monkey's not feeling well, so I gave her the cold medicine I had in my room. I thought it was Dayquil. Apparently, I gave her NyQuil. You
dosed your wife?
Oops.
Yeah, it was totally unintentional. Baby. Totally unintentional.
I did not mean to interrupt you there.
No.
Sorry, baby.
Well, can't you tell isn't Dayquil orange?
Well, she probably noticed it, I hope, before she took it. But I think the problem being that, she was, okay, I need to take this, and noticed it's NyQuil. And NyQuil will knock my wife the fuck out. Yeah. No, NyQuil. I don't have any Dayquil. Sorry, baby.
NyQuil and Benadryl, that stuff will just floor me. And not even a pepper jack hits me as hard as a fucking NyQuil.
Fuck, I'm sorry, baby.
No, that's okay. But anyway,
okay,
I was just saying that the reason I go to CNN is because at least I know I'm not going to be given right-wing propaganda. And that if nothing else, then whatever presumptions I may or may not have. And honestly, I don't have any presumptions I've known about Donald Trump since I was like 5, because he's been around since the freaking 80s. Okay. Unlike any other politician who's ever become president in my lifetime, I have had an idea of who Donald Trump is forever. Sure. He is he's an egotistical, arrogant, attention hound who does nothing but self-promote, writes a book called The Art of the Deal, which is basically just him saying, I believe in myself and my perfection more than anything else, and here's how you can do that too. The power of positive thinking guy to the worst extent in some cases. I knew what was going to be ending up in the White House if he won, and that's why I didn't vote. I don't want Donald Trump in the White House. Well, but there he is.
This is the thing.
Yeah.
We have talked repeatedly about the fact that they make us defend him. This story, the stupid story that comes out, he said he's going to punish China because of coronavirus. He didn't say that. You're making me defend him because you're flat out fucking lying.
And that's the problem. It's just like I said, defending someone you don't like because you don't want them to be held to account for things they didn't do or say. Hold him to account for the things he says. If he made a divisive speech, then show me how it was divisive. Like, quote him and give me context and show me. But if you just say it's divisive and you don't give me any evidence of it, I have to say, well, that's bullshit. I mean, anyway.
The New York Times article, it had to be 1,000 words, easy.
Okay, sure.
And maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs talked about what he actually said in the speech. The entire rest of the fucking article, the entire thing was either about how he didn't talk about Corona or about how he had this speech when Corona's going on.
All right.
That was it. That was the rest of that fucking article.
Yeah, and these are the same outlets that at the same time have downplayed the risk of infection or spread of the disease at protests or anything else.
The headline was, Trump gives dark, divisive speech.
Yeah.
And all you talk about is the coronavirus. It should have been, we didn't like his speech and coronavirus sucks. That should have been the name of the fucking article. And then I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's fair. You don't like the speech? I can't make you like it.
Yeah.
But your fucking article wasn't about what you said it was. Over and over and over and over again, it's nothing but fucking lies. And it's not like we only defend him this way. I defended Bernie fucking Sanders. I hate that commie motherfucker. I defended him on 3 different occasions, I believe it was, during there. Because the press kept lying about him.
And for me, I don't even know if it's necessarily, I mean, we talk about the president because he's the president and he gets the headlines on CNN. I mean, CNN will spare no keyboard athletics on writing about Donald Trump. So if it's the headlines of the day, you can't avoid talking about Donald Trump. But if you'll notice, and I know this is tough to say, if you'll notice, when we get to things like the Medium articles, or we get to stuff like the Guardian or whatever, for me, most of the time it's the exasperation at false advertising. The headline says X, but then the article doesn't contain X, or it changes its tune 3/4 of the way through the article. It's like this headline is clickbait, and now I'm frustrated at this whoever it was or whatever outlet it was for trying to get away with just doing headline reporting rather than actual reporting.
I think the thing with the Medium ones for me is they are purposefully inflammatory.
Yes, it's and they're funny. Yeah, they're funny.
Real quick, I had a donation. I'm sorry. I just got this one and reminded me of the other one. Evolve Potato, thank you. I have to disagree with Scribe on Fox News being right-wing propaganda. Most, if not all, of the actual news is quite left-wing. The only right-wing parts are the talk shows, and the people are being forced out a bit.
I'm sorry. No.
And Stubber, thank you. A coin really does have 2 faces. Thank you for the donation.
No, I'm okay. Okay. Look, I think at this stage of the game, Fox News probably is more truthful about the president when it comes to, if you compare their reporting on the Mount Rushmore speech versus the other one. The problem is they're still partisan hacks a lot of the time. And you can talk to me about the virtue of your individual figure at Fox News, whether it's Hannity or Tucker or whatever else. But I watched these guys during the Obama administration. I watched these guys during the Bush administration. Okay, maybe the leopard changes its spots from now and again, but not that much. And I don't trust Fox News to get honest reporting on the major Republican figures of the day or elsewise. If the president becomes Biden, I'll read Fox News. Here's the thing. I will read the opposite of what I assume will be the rosiest interpretation. Like, I'm not going to go to MSNBC to find out about what's going on with Joe Biden. I'm not. I just not going to. Maybe it's just a compare and contrast, but trust me, if the tables turn here, I'm going to try to get as unvarnished a look at our leaders as possible, just so I can make my own decision.
I think when it comes to the actual news, which is hard to even find on any of the channels.
Yes.
Every one of the news programs is a roundtable discussion of some sort. And
yeah.
now we're going to bring in Senator so-and-so to talk about this.
Right.
Shut up and just do the news. I used to like to watch Shepard Smith.
Yeah.
Shepard Smith would just read the fucking news.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for when I want to go watch the news. Now, when it comes to commentators, absolutely Fox News, undoubtedly right wing. I would say CNN right now and MSNBC since its inception, both very left wing. But the thing, I get accused of reading Fox News all the time. I was actually I was told that Tucker Carlson is my god.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
How many times have I warned you guys against trusting Tucker Carlson? Because he's a little liberal in disguise if you actually read what he says rather than what he says on his show. It's true. He has very left-leaning economic policies. And I don't quote the guy. I don't talk about him unless something blows up. I don't talk about Fox News unless the story is sent to me. I don't read there. My principal sources of information when it comes to reading news is the Washington Post and New York Times.
Yeah.
That's what I read. And then everything else that I read is from something on Twitter that this is blowing up now. So I go to wherever that fucking story is. I click the fucking link that's on Twitter.
You know, here's something that I've noticed for the last several years. One of the biggest criticisms during like the Bush administration, the Obama administration of Fox News, and of Fox News in general since it kind of started, is that it intentionally and joyously blurred the line between news and commentary.
Sure.
You have the reporters, quote unquote, the reporters, the commentators. You couldn't tell the difference between, is this an editorial or is this reporting the news? Is this
somebody's? It's not like in Cronkite's day, they would do the news, and at the end, they'd say editorial, and somebody would come on and give an opinion.
Right. I mean, there would at least be a very clear distinction between here's the facts as we know them. Now let's turn to this person for a moment of editorial/analysis.
Yes.
Okay. And it'd be very clear cut. Right. Mm-hmm. And this was one of the biggest, and I think most fair criticisms of Fox News at that time. And you heard that to no end from NBC, ABC, CNN, when criticizing Fox News for their coverage of either the Iraq War and especially during Obama. Now, can any of those criticisms be honestly made, do you think, by MSNBC, CNN, ABC, and so on these days? Because
oh God, no.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, when I look at the news now, I can't look at it as inherently fact reporting, because, and I know this is an idealistic standpoint, but when I was younger, much younger now, I thought the news to a large extent was not a for-profit endeavor.
Gotcha.
You know what? You ever see the movie Good Night and Good Luck?
No.
About Murrow. Okay, well it's about Edward R. Murrow, and it was during the Red Scare, and there's this one scene where he's talking to his boss, and his boss is all pissed off, and he says, you know, I let you do what you do, and I make no money at it. You know, you do things that criticize the government and the advertisers run away, but I let you do it because I know it's important and it's meaningful. And I'm paraphrasing, but that was sort of my idea, is that, you know, the news agency will run at a loss because ultimately it is a public good. And that was sort of my rosy sort of vision of
that's how naive as fuck, man.
I know, but I always thought that there was some element in the news that had a certain amount of nobility to it.
Well, I kind of used to.
Yeah, and this is I was growing up at the tail end of maybe that era or something, or maybe that was just how it seemed to me. You know,
here's what happened. Yeah. Talk shows became a thing,
right?
That's where this really went downhill. Is talk shows became a thing, and to compete with those, news had to get more salacious, and the only way to really do that is to start injecting your own opinions.
Right.
And that was the rise of what we see now.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to, is that there's an unavoidable hypocrisy about, and this may have more to do with perspective and having watched as things developed over the last 20 years. It's having watched during the Gulf War, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, especially 9/11, the Obama administration, and seeing how poisonous commentary / editorial stuff could become. Because when Glenn Beck says that Shirley Sherrod was promoting racism on behalf of Obama's administration, and then Obama fires Shirley Sherrod immediately, and then you find out that it was a doctored tape, and a
foretelling of cancel culture.
Yeah, and a foretelling of cancel culture. Yeah, really, it was. And if they'd taken the time, now I thought, okay, Fox News is a dirty rat here. Obama's stupid for having reacted to it without thinking first. But that is about as poisonous, quote unquote, journalism as you can find. And yet now that same kind of stuff is being done by the same organizations and the same individuals. Sorry.
Shroom, you're right. Scribe, you used the wrong terminology there. You said the tape was doctored. It wasn't.
It was edited.
Off at a no, it wasn't even edited. It was just cut off at a bad spot.
Right. It was taken out of context.
Entirely out of context was the thing. They only played a tiny clip instead of the whole thing. So it makes it sound like she was being very racist when she was actually being the exact opposite.
Okay. Doctored was not maybe the right term for it.
But
all. I mean, the reporting. Okay. Anyway, you're right. It was edited.
That's fair.
It was edited to show something that out of context, cherry picked, if you will.
Indeed.
Anyway, my opinion of the news organizations now are, and you hear me say this all the time, I'm ridiculously and naively optimistic that there's still some nobility left in journalism. You know, I'll always lament the fact that I expect more from CNN or Fox News or Washington Post when I read their stories, and I'm like, why would you be so blatantly contradictory? Why would you be so blatantly biased? Because I do hope that there's some good left in actually telling people what's going on. And there's never going to be an unbiased reporting. But
here's the problem, though. Yeah. A lot of people used to go into journalism for journalism. Now, look at any kid who's going into journalism, and you will see that they want to go out and do good.
Yeah, true.
As a journalist, you're really telling the story. And while you can do good by telling a story, it becomes a problem of activist journalism. And that's what we have right now.
Yes.
All over the fucking place.
And that
pays. Journalists. We have activists.
And there's not much incentive to not be, because the news outlets are looking for people, or at least I should say, by their actions, so do I interpret their intentions. They're looking for people who will be on board with that company's line of thinking regarding the news, and who will get the most attention and who can make the biggest splash, right?
Dangerous in chat, real quick. Let me read it. He says, the news used to tell us what was truthful, and we decided whether it was good or bad. Now they tell us what's good or bad, and we have to decide whether it's truthful.
Right. Very good.
Yeah, that is a very good way of putting it. That's not to say they've always been exactly truthful. Of course not. There's always been bad seeds and biases out there. But by and large, I think that's a perfect way of putting it.
The contradictions and the hypocrisies are so blatant in their own copy these days. You can't avoid. You can't help but go, wait a second. Just read. And you guys hear me do this every night. Doesn't matter what story I'm reading. If I'm reading something, if I read the headline, like the headline says this, and I go through the thing, and then they completely either don't fulfill the promise of the headline, or they contradict the headline, or they have information in there that is like that story I read the other night where it's like, the Republicans are evil for having used the Southern strategy in 1960s.
Yes.
the Democrats did it too, but not to the same extent as Republicans. Like, what? It's well, what are you saying? So is the Southern strategy bad because Republicans, or is the Southern strategy just bad, period, regardless of which side was using it? Which one was it? It's like, oh, God.
Now, guys, I do want we're going to talk about me. Scribbles, you can do it if you want, but any position you want to know of mine, any position you're curious about that I haven't spoke about or you think I've been vague on, by all means, ask about. Monkey, what do you think about the wall? I think it needs built, and I think it needs to be out of concrete and 40 feet tall with no slats in between, with nice sharp razor wire on top. Monkey, what do you think about welfare? Safety net, not hammock. I believe that there should be something, not something you can live off of for the rest of your life. I'm happy to share any of my fucking opinions. So if you guys have any questions, by all means, please ask. Yeah, the whole thing about how we decide to do the news, I don't get it. I don't get the complaints. But yeah, I laugh at stupid stuff, and I see from the news mostly them encouraging stupid stuff, and I can't help it if it comes at a left-wing slant, because that's where most of the news comes from. I read an article telling me what Donald Trump said, and it wasn't what he fucking said. The transcript's available online. It was from the thing with the punishing China. That comes from an interview with Greta Van Susteren. You can find the interview online, the actual transcript. You know what word is not in there in this article about him punishing China? The word punish. Or anything remotely close to it. You make me defend the motherfucker. Corey, thank you. Is cereal soup, Monkey? Of course it is. Don't ask stupid questions.
No.
What? I think Scribe just had a stroke on stream.
The answer is no. Cereal is not soup. Thank you. Goodbye.
How do you feel about the price of tea in China? I don't care about it. I don't go to China. Left Twix or right Twix? I ate them both. Team Humanity or Team Meteor? I'm still Team Humanity. I still believe that we can recover from the stupid around us. That might be naive because it's accelerating at a pace even I didn't think was possible. Monkey, should the U.S. cancel or majorly reform the H-1B visa program so American jobs aren't handed over to foreigners despite there already being talent in this country? Abso-fucking-lutely. What Disney did with that? Oh my! Did you see those articles, Scribe?
I can't recall.
H-1B visas are the ones that allow people or companies to bring in foreign workers because there's not enough American workers to fill the jobs.
Yeah, my coworker at on my job, or one of them, came over on one of those. Yeah.
Well, Disney had American workers train their H-1B replacements.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there's companies all around that are doing that. And they're bringing in cheaper labor from overseas to replace jobs that were already filled. It at the very least needs replaced with something that has far tighter controls on it. Because that Disney story still pisses me off.
No, my coworker, well, I mean, he worked for a company overseas that we'd been contracting with remotely for a couple of years, and then that company dissolved. But this one guy that worked there, he really knew our stuff, and he really was really good. And my boss was like, "I want him to work for us. How do we make that happen?" And besides which, he wanted to actually come to America anyway. And so because he had a long-term established relationship and knew our product and everything else, I think I don't know all the ins and outs. I'm not a lawyer or nothing, but I think that was sort of like the wedge that got his foot in the door to come over and work for us directly. It wasn't like he was taking someone else. He was basically taking the job he already had as a contractor and coming to work for us full time. But man, watching from the sidelines, the number of hoops, the number of false and ridiculous starts there were to him physically coming overseas to us legally and get his visa was ridiculous. I mean, I couldn't name off the stuff to save my life, but I just remember sitting there and listening to my boss describe, here's what happened. We filed this, everything was fine, but then they said this happened. And I'm just like, well, he's been working for us for like 7 years. Everything should be in line. why is it taking so long? Why does he have to do this thing again? Why did they change it? It was nuts. And I thought, if this is what people actually go through when there's nothing sketchy about this at all. This is as above board as you can get. And I understand being careful to make sure, you don't have somebody who's trying to cheat the system. It's like, but this was just nuts. And so I thought, as we talk about the immigration system, like streamline, yes, there are places that need to be streamlined because some of these things are absolutely nuts.
With the H-1Bs right now, there's companies who are streamlined. Disney was one of them.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was just an absolute disgrace what was done there.
Yeah.
What do you believe is the best ice cream brand? As long as it's nothing too creamy, I like mine to be more ice than cream. Why was I overlooked? Didn't see you. Grill and Pirate Pete says charcoal or propane. Charcoal, never propane. Dragon Mage, thank you so much. What do you think of anarcho-capitalism? Anything with anarchy in it is bullshit. It's just bullshit. You can't have an anarchistic society, an anarcho society, I guess. You can't have a society that's anarchist. You have to have rules, and rules have to be enforced, and that gets rid of your anarchy right there. It's some silly shit libertarians say when they're smoking dope. Ex-Bubba Hotep, thank you. Bureaucracy is a devil on its own. Indeed.
Yeah,
and
it's
just
necessary.
grows worse.
Yeah, to a certain extent, it's necessary. You need to have an insulation for emotion and stuff and have some checks and balances, but there is a point at which it overgrows its effectiveness, and that can happen very quickly.
Where else are we going? A lot of you were asking silly questions. Is Bigfoot real? I hope so. Cookie dough or oatmeal raisin cookies? I'd rather eat oatmeal raisin cookies. I like cookie dough though. Sage Simeon, I just got my passport renewed. Where should I go? Home. What do you think of Republicans giving concessions like ACA and red flag laws? Is it time to stop being polite? Yes. They should do what they said they were going to do when they get into office. Consequences be damned. If that means the press is going to write a bad story about them, so be it. Stand up for your fucking principles. It's my biggest complaint with Republicans is that they don't. They literally will tell you what you want to hear to get elected, and then once they get in there, they fold like a cheap fucking
suit.
I was going to say suit, but it's even cheaper than that. Like wet paper.
And we talking? Who are you talking about specifically? Republicans
in Congress.
Oh yeah,
and the Senate. These guys, they get in there and they don't do what they say they're going to get in there. The wall is the perfect thing. Republicans have been talking about building this goddamn wall for years. Again, that was not Donald Trump's idea. This has been floated for fucking years. Many of them getting themselves elected on this, and none of them pushed through a fucking wall bill when they controlled Congress.
Mm-hmm.
The press might call us something bad. That's what you were elected for, bitch. And then they'll go back to their district and say, you have to send me there so those evil Democrats don't do anything. And this is something you will notice. And if you actually, you can check this shit. You know who spends the most money when they're in power? It's not the Democrats. It's your Republicans who keep telling you that they want smaller government and less spending.
Yeah. And then they give tax breaks all over the place. And where does that money have to come from elsewise? Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I wish would happen. I wish the chamber's power control would switch, because oftentimes it seems to me that the Republicans can hide behind not doing anything because they know the Democrats are going to prevent anything from coming their way.
Sure.
You know, it's just like, well, you know, like with DACA, okay, which is another sort of hypocrisy. Trump says, I'm going to suspend DACA in 6 months. Hopefully this will give everybody the incentive to actually pass a law instead of us relying on this executive order. Mm-hmm. And I know I'm not quoting him, but that's effectively what he was saying.
That's a good paraphrase, sure.
Yeah, I'm going to take this away because it should be debated, it should be voted on, it should be an official thing and not an imposed presidential fiat. And you guys all know how I feel about executive orders, but all the same. And you would think, okay, well, the DREAM Act is already written. So Democrats, you just have to pass that. You know, the thing you were going to railing about for years and wanted to have happen and so on. And what is stopping you from doing that? And given public pressure and everything else, there's probably a good chance it passed in the Senate as well. And yet, nothing. And then that's one of the easy sort of softball decisions you would think would happen. But I'm not a mind reader, but yeah, well, I know why they didn't do it. It's like they can't give Trump anything that could be conceived of as a win.
No,
I was the one that passed the DREAM Act,
It's not even that. My problem with that whole thing is that everybody, Congress won't act. Congress doesn't have to act. And if these Congress people who don't want to, and it's okay not to want to, you can think that immigration is fine how it is, and let your voters decide if you were right. But then come out and say that, like, it's fine. We don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
But instead, they look, we need to do something about this. And then they get in there, and this is both parties in this case, and do fucking nothing.
Yep.
Nothing. Okay. Ever tried grape nuts as an ice cream topping? No, I feel like that would break your teeth.
No.
Anchovies or Brussels sprouts? Go to hell. As I said before, when I was first told about activist journalism, I'm one of my first journalism classes that bugged me. How is that not a contradictory idea? I think you can be an activist journalist. Like if you want to clean up your city. And so you go out there and you write stories about dilapidated buildings that are just left, or parks that are destroyed and nobody takes care of, or roads that haven't been repaired in 40 fucking years. There's things you can do. That's what activist journalism should be. It shouldn't be Donald Trump sucks, the end.
Yeah, I mean,
which is what it is today.
If there's an issue that you're concerned about and you think that it needs to be brought more to light or something else, you go out there and you bring it to light, both the good and the bad. Like let's say the pipeline. Okay, was it the Dakota pipeline?
Mm-hmm.
Or what it was? Okay, you think it's a story that's not getting enough press for whatever reason, so you're going to go out there and you're going to report on it. And one of the best reports I ever read on the thing was where somebody went out and they talked to the people who were protesting, who were Native Americans, who actually had a stake in the argument, supposedly. And then they went down the street and talked to the Native Americans in the town nearby who actually lived in the area and asked them what they thought. And there was a whole range of opinions on it. It wasn't just one-sided. But this reporter, and I wish I could remember where it was from. I think it was a CNN article. I could be. This is back in the day too. I think I did a video on it. And it was like, okay, that was as balanced a look at that issue as I've ever seen, because they actually just went and said, I'm going to go here and I'm going to get everything I can on what the situation is with the people who are most affected by it. And they talked to the protesters, talked to the residents, and gave you what they said. And maybe there was a little analysis in there or something, but it was a very interesting story. And I thought, okay, well, now I have a more informed idea about what the actual issues are and what the opinions are of the people who are most affected by it. And that issue became more interesting to me because it wasn't so obviously partisan.
Fair.
Because I felt like I was being talked to like an adult. And God forbid that happens these days, where we treat each other with a certain level of intellectual maturity,
Stoner McMuffin says, your thoughts on my name and Israel. When I made the getting high joke, I don't care if people get high. So if you do, just don't go outside. Don't go driving or anything. Don't operate heavy machinery. Same rules you'd have with alcohol. Plus, I think stoners are better to hang out with than drunks. And I like McMuffins. As for Israel, what about it specifically? I think they're not perfect, but they get blamed for a lot of shit that really belongs to the Palestinians. It's retaliation, and I've actually seen they retaliated too hard. You were blowing up their people. But they were just using mortar fire, and they responded with F-15s. Well, I won't do that again, will you? I think Israel gets a lot of shit. I think the claim of Palestinian land, there's no such fucking thing as Palestine. That's some shit that was made up. It was a description of a region. It would be like saying the Middle East. and you have a whole lot of people weirdly sympathetic to terrorists who go after the Jews, but it's not about the Jews. It's about Israel. So I think the Jews have been overreactive in some cases, but I understand why. You know, we freaked out when 9/11 happened. That was shit they were dealing with on a daily basis for a long time. People walking onto buses with a bomb strapped to them and killing everybody on board, or running into a nightclub with a bomb strapped to them. This was shit that was going on every day. And so they cracked down. I understand.
I would recommend a documentary called Elusive Peace, and it deals with covering the Arab-Israeli conflicts, let's say, and negotiations and so on from the end of the Clinton administration through, I think, the beginning of Obama's administration, something like that. It's one of the most sort of, like I was talking about before, it's one of the most balanced documentaries I've seen, because they talk to people on both sides. They don't filter it, as far as I can tell. I mean, who knows with the editing and everything, but it gives both the good and the bad of both sides and their behaviors as leaders, as nations, or as peoples, if you want Palestinians just a people, during that period of time. And there are no harps or halos to be had with who did what and when and on which side. That's not to say that one side wasn't a victim or the other side wasn't a villain or something. It all depended on the day, and the roles switched immediately depending on the circumstances. It's not a history book, obviously, but if you're just looking for sort of an overview of modern events and the movements of the politics and of the beliefs in those two societies, it's a really good one to watch to get an idea of exactly how politics and terror and everything else works down there, or did during that period of time.
RVA Dar, thank you, says, Monkey, hello. You can absolutely have a society without a government for about a week or two. Yeah, just ask Chaz how well that works out.
Chaz.
So you're mad because you guys read... So people were mad because you read articles that don't cater to their views. I don't think that's partially fair, but more so that we didn't specifically criticize Republicans enough, and we only criticize Democrats. I mean, I suppose that could be a question time or fucketry time, whatever. But yeah, basically. Where do you stand on immigration? I'm for legal immigration to a point. I think it has to be very closely guarded. There's a lot of people like, we didn't used to have immigration law. Yeah, we used to be a much smaller country, and we've grown. And eventually you have to secure your borders. I like legal immigrants. They tend to be more proudly American than most Americans are. Illegal immigration, fuck them. Get the fuck out. That is a violation of our laws and a disrespect to the people who came here the right way. Cookie dough or chocolate chip? Chocolate chips and ice cream. Cookie dough. Just plain chocolate chips I'm not a big fan of. They're too bitter. Fuck, Marry, Kill, Tess Holliday, Amy Schumer, AOC. I'm going to kill Tess because I ain't putting my dick in that. I'm a fuck AOC, so I don't have to see her more than once, and then I'd marry Amy Schumer because at least she'll steal jokes that will make me laugh. What do you think about the activists going after state flags? I think the flag thing got blown way out of proportion. Are there racists who use it that way? Sure. Is that the majority of the people in the South? No. It literally is something they're raised with as part of their heritage, and not as a racist part of their heritage. You'll see, or at least you used to see, black guys with the Confederate flag from the South because they're proud to be from the South. And and it got blown way out of proportion by people looking to make a stink. Now that the last one's gone, they can shut up and start tearing down statues. Because that'll finally get rid of racism. When all the statues are gone, they'll tear down the buildings with names on them. And when all the buildings are gone, I don't know what the fuck they're going to do.
Books.
Well, they've already come for the books, too.
Yeah.
Books, they've already started. Fuck, they're deleting TV shows, man. Getting rid of them. You can never find this again because, somebody did blackface on there. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't particularly care about a state's flag changing or anything else. And the whole, I always thought the Confederate flag was such a antiquated and meaningless thing. It's like, I honestly always thought the kind of the inside joke to seeing it on like Dukes of Hazzard and everything was like, yeah, we're celebrating a failed rebellion. Like we can't let go of our greatest failure. And I always thought that was sort of like part of the mentality of the South. And most of my relatives come from the South, so just saying. And so I always found it kind of ironic that somebody would be emblazoning like the greatest failure in American history of rebellion. And I thought, okay. And somebody like, it shows the rebellious spirit of America against the British and everything else. Yeah, well, we won that fight. What about you guys?
Growing up, but before I knew it was called the Confederate flag, it was called the rebel flag.
Oh, okay.
That's what people called it.
Sure.
And that's what it is. It is the spirit of rebellion. Did it fail? Yeah. Gave them a good run for it. And there's always the South will rise again thing. And that means slavery will come back. Like, no, that doesn't necessarily what it. Everything is not about that. It's like when people go, I wish I could go back to the 50s. Oh, you want to oppress black people? No, I want families to have dinner together at 5:00 in the afternoon, and dad goes to work, and mom can stay home and take care of the kids. That it doesn't mean, you want to oppress people. No, you can have the good times. We can take the good times and leave the bad. We can incorporate what worked and leave the shitty part behind. Just like we've done with slavery. Okay, we had the Constitution from the beginning. And for some reason that allowed slavery for a long, long time. Then we're like, no, we're not doing that anymore. We left the bad behind and kept the good. You can do that with your whole life, actually. It's a good way to improve yourself. Anyway, where are we at? Monkey Scribe, I missed something. Did the thread piss you off? No, I'm doing this because if anybody wants to question, here's your chance. Whatever position you want me to address, now's your chance. I mean, I know we give you 30 minutes at the end of every show, 6 nights a fucking week, but for some reason that can't happen for some people. So here's your chance. Ask whatever you need to ask. I'm happy to. By the way, this isn't the only time you can ask. I just thought this would be a nice way to consolidate it. You can get a whole bunch of opinions packed right tight, and you can look them back up at your leisure. Pinkalo, thank you. Society peaked in the 90s. This is the real Y2K. No, I think Jack and I both agree the CERN thing fucked up the universe.
I think
they told us it was fine, but that something fucking happened. There's a black hole somewhere in America.
I was actually thinking about this the other day. I was thinking like, what was the time before all of this particular downward spiral was? And I honestly think that the gates were opened up with the financial crash of 2008. I think and as a predicate, I'm an English major. I'm not an economist. I'm not a historian. This is just my instinctual notion, and I'm putting it out there for discussion. I always feel I have to give these disclaimers because it's like I'm not speaking from a position of authority here, just my opinion. I think the 2008 crash exposed the inherent corruption and recklessness in some of our financial institutions and in the rosy projections we received from our leaders that were based on pillars of sand. And sort of like Watergate, where a distrust of the government, a legitimate distrust of the government, especially at the top, turned into a series of popular conspiracy theory movies because they weren't so implausible. The deprecation of our faith in our financial systems, institutions, and the leaders who are supposed to be protecting us from the pitfalls thereof, it opened up some, not all, some legitimate criticisms of our financial system. That opened up the door for criticisms of capitalism. That opened up the door for notions of socialist / communist thinking as being more correct than what had just hurt people. And that opened up the door for social Marxism and everything else. I think that really is the event that started rolling.
I get what you're saying, and I think that was definitely a factor, but it started much earlier.
Okay.
It started with the PC nonsense. That's where the whole culture war started. As soon as they decided you're racist if you laugh at a racist joke. That was the moment where they actually decided being colorblind is wrong. And that's where we went right the fuck off track.
No, I'm not saying that was the start of it. I'm saying that is what opened the floodgates to that sort of argumentation becoming mainstream.
Even that, even then, I don't think that's what caused it. I think 2016 is what really did it. Okay. The floodgates for the communist bullshit we're seeing right now, the socialist people actually coming out and saying, I'm a socialist Democrat. When my entire life, if you called somebody a socialist, they'd be like, fuck you. No, I'm not. No matter how socialistic their, rhetoric was Bernie Sanders and what happened to him. They made him a martyr.
Yeah.
And martyrs cause movements. And that's why we saw the flood of the AOCs and the Ilhan Omars, the actual Justice Democrats in 2018, which just led to more people being, oh, yes, that's fine to talk about and be. So I think that played a little part of it because that gave us people like Elizabeth Warren, who until, this election cycle hadn't been the staunch near Bernie that she was in the year or two leading up to here.
Hey, Monkey, did we just disagree on something? Kind of.
No, we never do that.
Oh, right.
We didn't disagree about Fox News earlier either. So just if you're keeping track. The Broken Baller, I'm sorry, I missed your question, but I can still see it on the screen. It says, was Reagan the last great president? I'm going to say something that's going to annoy a lot of people. All of our presidents were great.
Grover Cleveland.
Man was elected president. He did something right.
I know.
Now, there's various degrees of greatness. There's various degrees.
Tell me about Carter. Tell me about Carter, Monkey. I know you love Carter. Tell me about Carter.
Even with Carter, if I'm not just being a hard-ass shithead.
Yes.
This is a man who ascended to the highest office in the land, largely because of people being pissed off with what happened with Nixon.
Sure.
He probably wouldn't have won if the whole Nixon thing didn't happen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, was there failed stuff in his presidency? Sure. Did the country the country became depressed, not necessarily actually financially depressed, but if you listen to the stories of the people at that time, there was just this depression over the whole. And I don't think Carter is necessarily responsible for it all. It's just one of the presidents. When good things happen, they get the credit. When bad things happen, they get the blame.
Yep.
Whether they actually take it or not, Teddy Roosevelt's right. The buck stops with them. Whether they actually go, yeah, that's on me. It's on them. Win, lose, or draw. And Carter got in at a bad time, and there were some bad energy policies and stuff. But our presidents were great men, and still are great men. I'm not a fan of Obama. I think Obama did some horrible shit in office, but he also did some good things. And Our country's still here, ain't it?
Yeah, I always get really irritated when people like, this is the end of America, or this is the end of our country. And like, our country survived a civil war. And this is one of the things, if you've never seen the Ken Burns documentary on the Civil War, I recommend everybody watch it. It is great. The storytelling, the relaying of history. And there's one guy in there, and I forget, like I say, I wish I could quote these guys verbatim, but he says, the Civil War was the greatest and most necessary test of the strength of our union. It was one of those things that had to happen, because otherwise everything prior to that was just lip service. The idea of having all these various states and whether or not that this whole republic could actually function. It needed this test in order to see, could our principles, could our documents, could our intentions actually hold up against the biggest catastrophe you can imagine for such an experiment. And so when I hear people say, oh, this is the end of America and everything else, I said, okay, short of literally, not figuratively, not rhetorically, literally another civil war occurring in which you have states allying against states and not just rhetoric allying against rhetoric, unless or until we get to that point, our country's not dead. Sorry. Hate to tell you that.
Thank you, Pete, for the donation with no message. I appreciate it, sir. You are a very, very kind individual. We tend to think of our greatest presidents as ones who, you name the greatest presidents. You have Washington. Mm-hmm. You have, some people would include Jefferson, some don't, depending on your view of his views at the time. Mm-hmm. But then you have Lincoln, you have Roosevelt, you have men who ran the country during hard times.
Yeah, crisis. Yeah.
War being the ones we celebrate the most.
Yes.
So, I mean, it doesn't make the other ones not great in their own rights. Mm-hmm. That's not to say that they were perfect or that they... I'd be hard-pressed to look at a presidency next to Jefferson Davis and be able to say it was a failed presidency. Mm. We're still trucking along. Have there been bad policies that they pushed and signed off on? Oh, sure. Thank you. This is Kyle. Hello, chat people, Monkey and Scribbles. Hello, sir. Hope you're well. Let's get some more questions in here. I want to get as many. Seriously, I want to get as many as I can so that if anybody has questions, here's your time. Monkey, should Trump and or Congress propose and pass a program similar to FDR's New Deal that will restore, repair, rebuild existing infrastructure? Yeah. Our infrastructure is very important. And I know my libertarian friends will be out there. No, we don't need to pay for roads. Calm down.
Roads.
We just have different opinions on that. I'm okay with our money going towards infrastructure. That is for the well-being of the country, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, should we? I think we should have a public works project association again, or whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
but again, the problem with it is government excess, and that's the problem with all our fucking programs.
Yeah, I mean, and especially in a situation like this where the economic downturn is, I mean, it's artificial in the sense that it's coming from an uncontrollable factor. Having something set up where it's like, I kind of go back to it's either George Carlin or Lewis Black. I forget who it was. It was one comedian who was like, remember we used to build just things? Like there needs to be just build a big thing over there. Just make it big and great because we're America. Just build a thing and here's some money for building a thing. Do something.
I think that's Lewis Black.
I think that was Lewis Black. Yeah.
Kingslayer, thank you so much, Kingslayer Damocles, who says, if drug sniffing dogs are wrong 50% of the time, do you think police should be allowed to use them as probable cause to search your vehicle? Thank you for the donation. 50%. Is that a real stat?
I don't know if that's a real stat. I've heard that argument before. Like, does a dog reacting in the way it does constitute probable cause? Like when they bring out the drug dog and have somebody sniff the car. I mean, ultimately, the efficacy and the relevance of the dog's first alert can be argued in court. and the argument can be made that it didn't constitute. But the problem is, if the dog finds something, you can't read the dog's mind to say he was lying.
Right. And here, for me, if that stat is true, no, that shouldn't be probable cause. That is as good as flipping a coin if they're wrong 50% of the time.
But how do you tell? Because, I mean, if the dog alerts and they don't find anything, then they don't find anything. If the dog alerts and they find something, well, they found it. So even if it's wrong 50% of the time, how do you know?
Unreasonable search and seizure is the standard.
Yes.
If the dog is wrong 50% of the time, should that be enough to say it's reasonable to search? Whether or not you find anything is irrelevant. It's whether or not it's reasonable to search with a 50-50 chance. In my opinion, no. If that's true, fuck no. And that's not to say I don't like police dogs and all that. Kingslayer Damocles, thank you again. It's actually over 50% wrong. Oh, no, fuck no.
Well, then that would be my argument as the defense attorney.
Well, sure. But they're asking for our opinion. If it was over 80%, I'd say sure. Under 50, fuck no. You sold out, mate. 15 seconds, so I don't get rid of what? I don't know what you're talking about. Anonymous, unnamed sources are becoming far too common in journalism. Unethical behavior, by the way. Is it cynical of me to think that many times the source does not exist? Well,
familiar with the matter.
I don't know how much you know about our stories here, but we've had journalists fired because it's been found out their sources were fake.
Yes, when they can't deny it, that like I made up something. But otherwise, it's hard to tell. When somebody says, a source that wished to remain anonymous or persons familiar with the matter, etc. I mean, you can't know. Sorry, go ahead. I don't trust anonymous sources. Now we might hear something that sounds right and it came from an anonymous source. And it's like, I mean, I need further proof, but I mean, I see that happening, Yeah. Ever since the Stephen Glass scandal out of the what was it, the Nation? I forget what magazine it was. Anyway, there's a great little movie with Hayden Christensen, and it's actually a really good movie, just called Shattered Glass, which talks about Stephen Glass. But anyway, Stephen Glass, he just made shit up and published it as actual fact over and over and over again, and nobody questioned it because it was the publication. He had a reputation. His stories were entertaining, and so on and so forth. And so, without some corroborative evidence that is something beyond just someone said so, I have a hard time necessarily taking a story seriously if all they have to base their reporting on is some unnamed source. And you look at like all the President's Men, or just the whole Woodward and Bernstein adventure to begin with, and the work that they did to find corroboration, find another source on something that wasn't related to the first one. That whole scene where you've got James Robards playing the editor of the Washington Post, and he's going through their first copy of the article, and he's redlining everything because he's like, you can't substantiate that, you don't have a second source on that. And that's sort of like my ideal, like, God, wouldn't it be nice if journalism was actually like that these days?
Yeah. Let's see. Where are we at here? Would a salary cap luxury tax system work for the government? You'd have to be more. Are you talking about within the government a salary cap and the luxury tax? What are we? Are you talking about for the full budget, or are you talking about just a luxury tax to help pay our bills?
I got a question for you, Monkey.
Sure.
Do you think public service should be a profitable endeavor?
No.
Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. The idea that we see these. I think my biggest loss of faith in public or biggest politicians is when they advocate for certain things, and then once they're out of their office, they go and get a job with some multinational for millions of dollars of the same industry that they advocated for in Congress. You want to talk about like sold or corporate politicians, and it just and then of course hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to be a politician. Like, really?
What they do once they get out of office, I'm not as concerned about.
I guess.
I understand the worry. I do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if somebody
Sort of.
spends, say, a decade in Congress and they're studying this shit every day, and every year they have some bill that is educated about what is being talked about, and then some company goes, this guy knows what he's doing, we're going to hire him.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
If somebody gave AOC a high job, and I'm using her because I don't know the names of all the, people get mad about it. If Ilhan Omar left Congress in 2020 and went and got a big, powerful job somewhere, that would make me go, really? So I think it depends on the service and what they did when they were in Congress. My biggest problem is more of every member of Congress is making $174,000.
Yeah.
No. But when you talk about public service being a profitable endeavor, I think more of things like New York State selling things that their prisoners make. And that's a no from me. If you want to have them make road signs and license plates, I'm all right with that. That saves the state money, but it's not costing really anybody else jobs. Well, right now you have prison systems that are basic. I hate to use the word, but it's basically slave labor to compete against private companies. And that's bullshit.
Well, that was something that came out of my one of my TEDx's the other day, was about how as far as I understand, it's still constitutional law that says slavery shall not be used except for punishment, etc. I think it was in the 13th Amendment. Like they still reserve slavery and indentured servitude as a punishment. So are our prison systems effectively slave factories?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't mind it if you're doing it for, like I said, a state road sign. Fine. Does that mean a contractor won't be able to make state road signs? Yeah, but that's saving the state money, and it's not direct. You're only going to make state road signs if the state hires you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like New York making their own hand sanitizer. But hey, we're not charging a profit here. Maybe not right now. Give it a month when nobody's looking. Tell me how much it is. So yeah, I don't like them competing against the private sector. Let's see. I care less about Israel versus Palestine than I do about Israel siphoning off U.S. resources. And also, where was the other one? If Israel's a first world country, why are we giving them $3 billion a year? One, if we cut off aid to Israel, especially if it actually is only $3 billion a year, their budget is almost $200 billion. So that it's not like they're only subsisting off us. I don't mind cutting off aid to pretty much anyone. I don't give a fuck. For me, my biggest problem when it comes to Israel is that, it is the Palestine versus Israel thing, because I think that's a far more pressing issue than one. But let's see, that's the goddamn. Our budget this year is, and fuck with the stimulus and everything, will be what, around $6 trillion,
something like that. Yeah.
What is $3 billion out of $6 trillion?
I'm an English major. I don't know.
I mean, 30 billion would be 10%. So it's 10% of 10% of our budget. No, it'd be even less than that. It'd be like oh, good God. It'd only be about 5%. So 10% of 5%.
Sure.
Yeah. I feel like that's a small number to be worried about with other things going on in the world. Should prosecutors' offices have a budget? Yes. How else are you going to pay the lawyers?
Yeah.
You can't compel them to.
Yeah, or supplies or research or anything else. Sure, yeah. You have to have a thorough investigation into things, and I think public defenders should have an equitable amount of budget, but I don't know.
I am way behind on questions, guys. Sorry, this is going to take a while. Sorry, I got nothing else to do. And Scribe, I realize you might have to dip at any time, and that is cool. But
no, I'm just working. It's fine.
Let's see. Jesus Christ, how far back am I? The chat jumped and I cannot find where. Oh, there it is. Prosecutor's office. Holy shit.
Mm-mm.
Whew. I'm going to try to go fast. Monkey, Second Amendment rights. Yes, fully. Both of you, did you see about the Florida church cult selling a COVID cure? No.
No, but I can believe it.
And don't take that shit. It's not going to cure you, and it'll probably give you a third breast. Pineapple on pizza? Absolutely.
Sure.
Chicago Mike, thin or deep dish pizza? For me, if it's cheap pizza, like the stuff you get out of the store, I like it. I like thin crust. If I'm buying it at a restaurant, I prefer deep dish.
When I'm ordering it for myself, I go thin because it doesn't fill me up as quick, and I don't deal too well getting like really heavy foods too much. But yeah, if I'm just going to like a restaurant, I'm getting like a slice essentially. Yeah, I'll go for deep dish.
Thoughts on civilian-owned fully automatic weapons? I really don't have a problem with it. And they're not that different from a semi-automatic. And there's going to be gun people in. Yes, it is, monkey. It's not that fucking different. Actually, the semi-automatic is probably better for you in most cases because you can you can control your fire a lot easier. Burst firing on a fully automatic. I've seen people. I've never fired a fully automatic, but I've seen people, and yeah, it takes a lot more control than a semi. Who in DC is part of the elite pedophile ring? Do you believe those people then bring in the heads of major brands in order to secure re-election funds and hush money? I think that is a deep, deep conspiracy. I think it's. I think after a while, the brands would get together and go, "Don't send anybody there."
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need that for re-election funds. They're happy to give funds so that they can get things that they want passed. Scribe came in 20 minutes late. Have you told Monkey about your brain melting from yesterday? No.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wasn't on the show last night, so I didn't get to talk about my TEDx, but I will talk about it tonight on Lords of the Night. Right now, it's Monkey question time.
Trump's niece in her book. She's cashing in on Trump hatred.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I saw from that book was breaking news or revelation. Trump's father psychologically broke it. I was like, so Trump is a victim of psychological abuse? Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know if your intention was to make me feel sorry for him or to explain how he behaves or something, but thanks.
Yeah, that doesn't mean everything in it is true. It doesn't mean anything in it is untrue.
Right.
But it was written so she could make money off the Trump train.
Yep.
Pincalo, thank you. GL affording the new full autos, $25,000 for one. Fuck. Good luck affording them. I would also imagine that at that price, though, I mean, that's probably due to the scarcity of them right now. And how much harder is it to make a gun fully auto than semi-auto?
Isn't it just like, can't you just do it at home with the right tools, basically?
I know there's guns that you can.
Yeah.
Especially if you have the right pieces. Does a straw have one hole or two? It has one hole that goes all the way through with an opening on each side.
Yep.
What are you talking about? First I heard, and I've been here for 18 months. Which part? Question. My lawn. No, it's wonderful. Your position on Hong Kong, and also what do you think of the athletes siding with the CCP? I think Hong Kong is screwed. Its location, nobody's going to come to its rescue, which sucks because somebody should. The athletes siding with the CCP, fuck them.
Well, they probably didn't have, I mean, let's be honest. Do they have much of a choice?
Sure.
I mean, their entire careers are based around being supported by the state. And so if they defy the state, their careers are out. No.
They're talking about the NBA players.
Our
athletes.
I apologize.
Those motherfuckers put their money over the people in Hong Kong.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't talk about it. They might not let us play here anymore.
Right. And
Fuck you.
And the movie studios and everybody else and so on. It's like, yeah, no,
Mhm.
I got mixed up. I was like, yeah, well, Chinese athletes, of course they're going to have to go for this. Oh, I can never mind that.
Will you ever do a TED Excellence with Scribe? Anytime he invites me that I'm awake, I'd be happy to. No, fuck this guy. We've only been together for what, 3 years, Scribbles?
Well, it'll be coming up on
3 years. Four. You're right. Yeah. In January.
Thereabouts.
So 3.5 years. Yeah. Fuck this guy. No, I ain't hanging out with him.
Yeah, I've got a. Well, I have one that I'm holding back for when Tailed Feature and I can do it again together because it surrounds a subject that he and I know both very well, and he wasn't up to it this last weekend, or he didn't have bad timing or something. So I have got that one aside. I'd have to look for something that would be monkey centric, let's say, something that Monkey would have something to say about, because there's a lot of boilerplate stuff out there. So I'll keep my eyes open for something that would be entertaining to have Monkey on board for. But I'm up to doing tandem stuff again, like I've done with Blind Press. I've seen a couple that I've thought maybe I should try to invite this person, but I always thought I don't want to bug them. I always have that feeling like I don't want to bother somebody, you know.
Well, here's the thing. You can invite me anytime, but you know my schedule. So
Yeah.
it would always depend on whether or not I was awake.
Yeah.
But guys, it's also fun for us sometimes to get away from each other.
Yeah, God knows. Oh, sorry. Tucker knows.
Tucker knows. No, and I mean that sincerely, that sometimes we are together so much doing it.
Yeah.
That it's nice to get other perspectives from other people. It's one of the reasons we occasionally have guests on the show. It's like there's I know what this fucker thinks most of the time.
Yeah, I'm boring now.
Not because we think the same, but because we've been together for fucking ever.
Because Monkey tells me what to think and say.
That's right. Gamer Valine, thank you. Florida Cult on Twitter, Scribbles. I'm guessing that's what that is. It says FL, so I'm guessing Florida.
Florida Cult on Twitter. I don't know what that means. I'm still waiting for there to be like Church of the Florida Man. You know, I mean that would be one of the episodes of my Netflix series, Florida Man. Netflix. Oh, sure. I'm still waiting for that phone call. Throw me into a writer's room, and I will have. Yeah.
Did you see? There's like a book series.
Oh, I'm sure there is. If someone hasn't already done this.
It's just started.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If someone hasn't already tried to pitch this as some kind of anthology series or something like that, or just a true crime series of like, find articles where all it is Florida Man and just tell the story. Yeah.
I am telling you, you should actually write a pitch. I'm just saying. Truck and Bear, thank you. That's why the NFA needs to be struck down. That'll drop the price of full autos drastically. Yeah. It's not that manufacturing them is that expensive. It's all legal crap. Cereal soup, yes. And I'll say that every time you ask, guys. Did you hear about baker that used female urine to bake bread? Your thoughts? They should go to prison for that.
Oh.
There's the drug sniffing dog thing. Guys, I'm way behind. You guys are way ahead of me. So just so you know. Yeah, I'm way back. Way back. But it is a good time to remind you I'm brought to you by you. Hit the like button, hit the share button, and throw money at me. You can throw money at Scribe on his next show because he doesn't have Streamlabs.
Yeah.
If he did, I'd tell you to throw him money too. How often do you roofie your wife?
I didn't bring that up. I mean, I was going to make that accusation about the NyQuil thing, but I did say you dosed your wife.
Yeah. The repeal of Glass-Steagall set the path for the 2K8 crash. There were a lot of things that made that happen. And unfortunately, most of them were predictable.
And willful blindness as well. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. This is Kyle. Speaking of which, how many more super chats until I get invited on? Just kidding. LOL. I never do it by super chats. Never do it by that. Have you heard Tim Pool talk about his time at Occupy Wall Street? Yes.
I don't believe I have.
Was he there with Cenk? I don't know if he was, because I heard Cenk talking about it just the other day. His time, Cenk's time at Occupy Wall Street, and he realized that it was egos that were the problem, and he saw the same thing happening in Chaz. Like, shut up, you fat fuck. they're going to start teaching anti-racism in school. Is this a good idea?
Start? Sorry, I don't know if you've seen some of my videos in the past. That's been going on for quite a while.
Is it a good idea? Not in its current form, no.
No.
Because the anti-racism that they're teaching now is actually racism.
Yep.
Thank you, X Bubba Hotep. Today is my mom's birthday. To answer some of your important questions, her name is Trish, and she is 6 foot tall. Damn!
Wow.
Your mom's tall, dude. Trish, this one's for you. And a 1 and a 2. Happy birthday to you.
Something Satsu would say.
Happy birthday to you.
Something Satsu would say.
Happy birthday, dear Trish.
Dear Trish. Something Satsu would say.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Trish. I hope you have a great one. I really do. How did you not once say, like, something Satsu would actually say? I just blanked on something he would say.
Because that would be cultural appropriation, monkey.
What it is, though. The PC nonsense was largely made fun of until Obama got elected and started institutionalizing it. That is not true at all.
Mm-mm.
That's just not true.
No.
But I want to get back to the anti-racism question. The anti-racism I was taught at school would be fine. That you don't judge anybody by their race. The end. That's it. That's as deep as it needs to go. But that's not what they're teaching now, so no.
Yeah, if you want to see a prime example of what anti-racism being taught in schools is, and I know this is a shameless plug, but I can't help it because I just did this yesterday. Yesterday's TEDx about a positive racial identity is the title, but the thumbnail just says, "Who are hue?" as in hues and color. The stuff that lady's talking about, while scattered in places, is at its core what is being taught now to children and how to see the world. And if you listen to it, and as someone intimated earlier, the meltdown I have near the end, which was building up to that point because of just what this lady was saying, and also with the foreknowledge that she is an educator of small children. Yeah, watch my playlist called Curriculum of Fear. Watch that TEDx in particular. If you're curious to know what is at the root of the quote unquote anti-racism movement in schools right now.
There's lots of questions where we are right now about different presidents being great. And I'm going to answer this one question. Okay. They may have been great for becoming president, but were they good presidents? No. But I don't, is there a single president who, didn't accomplish anything decent?
Didn't accomplish anything decent.
I think the problem with our presidents is that the ones that we do know, they either were known for being very great men or because they did something horrible, like Nixon. No. And somebody brought this up. Somebody asked about Nixon specifically, and of all Potato pointed out, he opened trade to China.
Here's a question, because I think of the most modern examples, the one that comes to mind is like as a big question mark. Did this person do anything great as president?
Sure.
George Bush the first, or the senior. What, in your opinion, if there was something to be highlighted as what he did that was great in his single term, which this is rare now for presidents, which is kind of odd, but what do you think he did that was great?
Continuing the push to tear down the Berlin Wall and getting that finalized, and
yeah, but that was already on it. That's already had happened at that point. That was already on its way.
It could have easily backslid. Easily.
Okay. All right. And anything else?
And granted that he just took that from his predecessor, but the other thing he did was reverse the economic downturn we were in. Again, if you blame them for something, you have to give them credit for something, and that recession we were in was over before he left office. He never got credit for it, but it was over.
Now, do you attribute that to him or to the policies instituted by Reagan before he took office? Because a lot of these things have a boil up time from their predecessors. So is that Bush's doing, or is that just him riding coattails of his predecessor?
I think it was Bush's doing because the recession came during Bush. I think people are going to hate this. Bush raising taxes was a great thing for America. We either need to cut spending or raise taxes. That's just a fact.
Yes.
You don't have to like it, but those are our two options. And Bush looked at what was going on and went, fuck, we got to raise taxes, even though he'd promised not to.
Yep, and that was always seen as his biggest failing, is that he went back on his word. But I always wondered, it's like, did he have any other choice? No. Of course, the stupid thing was to make the promise in the first place. If he had any knowledge of how these things operate, he couldn't possibly say he'd never do that. But he did, and so that was his mistake. But I don't know if actually raising taxes in and of itself was a mistake.
He shouldn't have said, read my lips, no new taxes.
Yeah.
But the simple fact is he would have beat Clinton if Perot wasn't there.
Oh yeah, probably.
Clinton did not win with a 50% majority. Real quick, thank you, Ben Kahlo. Admit it, the TEDx is why you missed last night, Scribe.
No. I was raring to go to talk about the details of yesterday's TEDx on Lords of the Night, because I was just waiting for it, but no, I was just out of it, guys. I really was.
And right under that, I can see that M said, "Where's Jack? Well, I want Jack back." He's probably sleeping right now. They did a comic book curation last night. I don't know what time they did it or when it ended, but I'm sure he's sleeping. Let's see. Somebody asked, Hammond said he thought it was the Buck thing was Truman. I swear it was Teddy Roosevelt. Am I wrong on that?
The Buck stops here. No, I believe that was Truman. Yeah.
Why am I okay?
No, it wasn't as far back as Roosevelt. That's for sure.
I think BLM and Antifa has created more racists than KKK in the last 60 years. What do you think?
Created.
I can see the argument, and I know I know the argument is that
it's facilitated it for sure. It's played off of people's fears and concerns, just like any idealistic organization, whether it's good or bad or otherwise. It's promoted. It's made things that would otherwise be abhorrent acceptable, and the media is certainly not helped in that regard. So.
It's possible, but I do want to say this. If you're teetering on the edge of racism to the point that BLM made you racist, you were probably racist.
Yeah, that's the thing. It is stoked. It's probably helped to stoke and legitimize things people were already feeling and thinking. And the people that get caught up in the collateral that aren't necessarily dyed in the wool, but they're promoting it without sort of knowing any better, that's just as insidious.
So, I mean, this is one of those things for me, Scribe. It's like, did you have a moral code or not?
Mm-hmm.
I am not racist. There's nothing that's going to make me go, I hate black people, because I don't. I hate individuals. I even hate groups.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't hate anybody because of the color of their fucking skin, because that's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Now, of course, you saying that obviously means that you doth protest too much and you're actually a racist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Including William Harrison, who died 31 days after being president. Made it longer as president than I have. Didn't FDR get like 3 or 4 terms? Somebody had asked about him earlier, so don't include him. Look, I think FDR did a lot of horrible shit. I really do. But he also saw us through the war. Truman finished it, but Roosevelt was there for most of the time. And you've got to at least give him credit for that. See, Scribe, we talk a lot about the founders and how they're men of their time, and you can't judge them by today's standards.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at what there's a lot of people who blame Roosevelt for the New Deal. If you actually look at the New Deal, it wasn't that bad. I'm not saying I agree with it,
mm-hmm.
but it's not the monstrosity we have today. Did he open the door for it? You can make that argument.
Yeah.
But he didn't do what we have today. That was people who came after him.
So I just want to make a distinction when we
Sure.
hear that a lot. Like, you can't judge the founders by today's standards. Yes, you can, and you should to a certain extent. What I mean by that is, more often than not, and it just happened. Well, it happens nearly every time I do a TEDx or something else. People talk about how things were as though they are how things are today. And if you can't look back at how things were and look at how they are today and not see how much we've evolved as a country and as a society, I don't know what to tell you. If you think that the founders are venerated today because of the worst parts of themselves, if you think that is still reflected in our laws and our values today, I don't know what to tell you, because you should look at you should judge the past by the present and see the progression. Now, are we perfect? No, we never will be. No system is. No country is. No peoples are. But the whole idea behind our nation is to work towards a more perfect union. And of course, that's been extrapolated to be a more perfect society. That's what the laws are. They're confessions of past wrongdoings and an intention to do better in the future. And if you can't see that, then I don't know what planet you're living on. So are the founders gods? No, they're not. They specifically strayed away from the whole divine right of kings things because they were under a divine right of a king at the time. So no, they shouldn't be looked at like perfect people at all. But you shouldn't also just deny the fact that we've changed since then.
When I say you don't judge them by the past or by the present, you can't look at them and go, he's a bad man because slavery's wrong today.
I know.
Slavery's always been wrong.
Right.
You did not grow up in the time of slavery.
No, I know. And then I just want to make a clarification. You can judge based on the context. I'm not saying that you can judge them and say, by today's standards, they are evil. And it's like, well, maybe they are, but that's irrelevant because they weren't operating under today's standards. That's legitimate.
Exactly.
I'm talking about the idea that you can't look and compare and contrast in any productive way. I don't want to put that out.
If you're looking at it as though, why the fuck is somebody calling me? Fuck you.
Because they want to talk to you.
I don't know them. Don't call me with a blocked number bullshit. I won't answer.
Yeah.
I'm all for it if you're actually looking at how far have we come, but that's never what it is. Ever.
No, I know. I just don't want that notion to get lost and commingled in the reasonable, like, yeah, okay. They would not be very popular individuals if they were living in the today, talking the way about certain issues as they were back then. Yeah, that's all.
Why do people hate gentrification? I don't know. Is it inherently bad? No.
I hear that put out so many times. It's lost meaning to me because I don't know if it's one of those words that has had its definition changed. I should just look it up. What exactly the word? What is the dictionary term?
I don't know what the dictionary says, but my understanding of it is that it's moving black people out as white people move in.
Okay, so the dictionary definition is the process of renovating and improving a house or district so that it conforms to middle class taste. That's the dictionary definition.
So apparently they call it racist. That's why they say they don't like it. I feel like having the place look nicer and better is good for everybody in the neighborhood. But they do say that it forces black people to move. Property values go up, so they can't move in there. Was it done at one time to specifically force blacks out? I don't know. Is it done that way now? I don't know. So why do they hate it? Because they say it's racist.
My first exposure to that term was the speech in Chasing Amy.
Oh, I don't remember it.
Oh, the Star Wars speech where he's like, it's like you got Luke Skywalker, farm boy, cracker farm boy, Luke Skywalker, and then you got big black Nubian god Darth Vader, and they're gonna come in and they're gonna bust up neighbor's hood. And what do you call that? And the guy says, intergalactic civil war, gentrification. They're going to drive out the black element so they can make the universe, quote unquote, safe for white folks. That was the evil of the Star Wars trilogy.
Dear God, it jumped again, and now I know I can't. It blocks how far back up you can go.
Right. Yeah.
So I've missed some of you guys. I apologize. What do you think about Congress having non-consecutive terms? You can run as many times as you want, just not 2 times in a row. I'm not for term limits at all.
I hate the notion of a career politician. I just do.
I don't have a problem with it. If people want to keep voting for the same asshole, that should be their right.
Then why not? Then why have term limits on the president?
I don't believe there should be.
Oh.
I've had Republicans mad at me for that. They go, you know, Obama would have won another term. Like, yeah. If people wanted to vote for him again, fine. We're supposed to choose our leaders. The 2-term limit thing is arbitrary because that's when Washington did it. And the 2-term limit thing was instituted by Democrats because they were afraid that there would be a Republican with 4 terms, just like Roosevelt had. It was specifically done to limit your ability to choose who you want. And I am not for that at all. Should their budgets be limited, prosecutors? It shouldn't be unlimited, but I don't want a murderer going free because shit, we ran out of money this year.
Yeah, and I don't want somebody going to jail who's innocent because the prosecutor's office cut corners to save money. Vice versa. It's just like no.
Did you hear about? Oh man, Byron, I answered that. You've been asking like 12 times. I'm going in order as best I can. But where's my next question here? Am I getting sad? No, not at all. I'm a happy person. I get annoyed, but I'm not sad. What color is a mirror? Whatever it's pointed at. Is white chocolate racist? No, but it's not chocolate either. There's no cocoa in white chocolate.
I know.
Drew, thank you. Gentrification. I think that's an equal sign. Gentrification. Oh, it moved up and now it is. Gentrification equals investing in hoods equals racist. Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to. Oh, hey, Bear, I can see him at the very bottom there. I have my 2 chats open. One is the one that you and I see in our thing, and then the other one's
irate Alex. Hello, Alex.
But yeah, I just saw him down there. How you doing, bud?
Yeah. Congratulations on your new true crime series. I hope it's going well. I mean, if there's ever a narrative voice that I think was made for doing dramatic true crime recitation, it's probably Bear.
Throw money at you like a stripper? Yes. A stripper you really, really like.
A stripper that will not move.
Try to get in my G-string. Hey, I would look good in a G-string. If your kids were school age today, would you homeschool? No. I don't like homeschooling.
Yeah.
And before anybody says anything, I was homeschooled for a while, so I have experience.
I wouldn't. I'm sorry.
The idea that you can teach kids at home, sure, absolutely you can. What you can't teach them is interacting with other people.
Yep.
If you think society is bad because of how hard it is for people seemingly to communicate these days because they're always on their goddamn phones, imagine that with kids who've never ever been around other people. And I know. Well, you can arrange play dates and stuff for them. Yeah, you could. Or you could just send them to fucking public school. And if there's something being taught there that you disagree with, teach them. You could supplement public school. There's nothing saying you can't do that. I did it with my own children when they were in public school. I started teaching my children who the presidents were when they were in kindergarten because I thought it was important for them to know that from as early as they could. because it's important.
I heard it once. It's important for parents to teach their kids how to live, and it's important for schools to teach kids how to think, not what to think, how to think. And I think there needs to be a separation, because like I wouldn't trust, if I had kids, I wouldn't trust the perfection of my knowledge of the world to be a reasonable education for them, either on a facts-based level and certainly not on a interacting with other people and confronting other ideas and opinions level.
I think I just think the interaction is so important, and I think we've lost that in society enough as we have. And I think you're going to see a problem. I agree with reopening schools. I know there's but COVID, yeah. Not only does it not like kill children or young people don't tend to get infected. Now, that's not to say none of them can, but we are depriving them right now of what they need in their developmental cycle over something that's really not going to harm them. The numbers are almost as ridiculously low as the deaths from chickenpox when we developed a chickenpox vaccine. Like, we developed the fucking vaccine for that. We should just have parties to get kids the fucking disease so they'd get over it.
Yeah.
So no, I'm not for homeschooling, and I know there's people who swear by it, and hey, you do you. But if it was me, fuck no. I think school is a good thing. I think
it's far more important that parents take an active role in keeping up to date with what their kids are doing in school.
Yep.
Because I have a very sort of narrow view on this, only because I don't have kids myself. I've never had to deal with that situation. So a lot of my information on parent-teacher interaction comes from outside sources, but a lot of the videos I've seen and done critiques on regarding education, in so many instances, I see these parents who have completely abdicated the responsibility of education to the teachers, and just like gone on with whole deference to the schools as though they're the glorified babysitting service or something. And it's scary. It's scary when you just say, and the teachers start accepting this role like they are the source of the child's rearing. Like it's their job to train these kids. And I've not even kidding. Quotation marks around train activists. I've seen teachers say those words as part of their mandate in their jobs, and it is a scary, scary notion. So take an active role in your kids' schooling, but they should be getting experience outside of the house and interacting with other people just to live life.
Hey Jack, how you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Oh no.
I'm good. Scribe's not. We're talking about me today, Jack.
Oh.
Me and my opinions. Because I don't do that enough.
That's fair.
Yeah. Oh, Jack, I wanted to show you something. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Where'd that go? Hang on. I got to find it. There it is. Sorry, guys. We have a brief interlude for showing Jack something. Pop up, damn it. What? There. Wait. There we go. Bam.
Is that a midget?
That's Winnie from the Wonder Years.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd hit that.
Dressed as Princess Leia from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. I like what I'm seeing.
I forget what the meme said, but something like childhood fantasy achieved. I'm like, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah.
This came up because they're remaking the Wonder Years. Somebody sent that to me. I'm like, oh, dude.
Will you send me that?
I will absolutely send you that.
Thank you.
I forgot to keep the full meme. I just saved the picture because, well, that's what I cared about. See, guys, I'm still telling you my opinion. I like that.
Yeah.
Hang
You guys talk about Common Core?
No, somebody asked me if my children were in school today, if I would homeschool them, and I said, no, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't. I still think public education is important, and as Scribe was just saying, I think the most important thing about it is, one, the interaction at school, learning to socialize with people, but that parents take an active role in their child's learning.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Drew W. Common Core required home supplemental teaching. Dude, when my daughter came home with Common Core, she's sitting there, she's having trouble with her math. I'm like, well, let me see it. And it was a division problem. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, honey, all you got to do is this, and she goes, no, we have to use these boxes. I'm like, what fucking boxes? And she showed me. I'm like, oh, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's the most asinine, backwards way of doing things. Common Core and No Child Left Behind have done nothing but fuck over the education system.
Common Core math is the idea that kids are too stupid to learn their times tables. That's what it basically boils down to.
Yes. Well, kids are dumb, but that's because they're children. You can train them and teach them how to do multiplication tables and stuff like that. It's the whole point of the education system.
Yeah. Look, not everyone will be able to remember it in their head, but they'll remember how to fucking do it on paper.
Yeah, Common Core is designed for a very specific type of student that learns that way.
Yes.
And that's not very many people.
I did some math in my head, but I did it out loud the other day. And if you listen to how I did it, it was very Common Core-ish. That's how I do it in my head, but I can't do it that way on paper.
No, most people can't. We used to use it in special needs classes for some kids because it worked better with the way some of them thought. But for your average kid trying to do it on paper, it doesn't work that way.
Well, the way I do it in my head, I wish I could do it on paper because I can do math a lot better in my head than I can on paper. And I've had trouble with teachers because they're like, you have to show your work. And I'm like, I can't. I can't do it properly, especially with algebra. You have to use the formula. I can't. I can tell you what the answer is, but I can't do it on paper.
Yeah, I have the opposite problem. I can't tell you how to do it, and I can't give you any work, and I'll get the numbers wrong.
Oh, so you'll just fuck it all up.
Yeah, I'll just copy off the person next to me because I'm terrible.
Is that why you like Asians so much?
Well, it's a reason.
You used to always sit next to the Asian kid to cheat on math?
We didn't have any Asian kids at my school.
Oh, you were fucked, man.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get back to questions because I've told them they can ask me any questions they want, Jack. Answer them as best I can. And I prefer questions about policies and stuff, but anything you do want to ask, it's fine. Is it wrong for me to be less sympathetic towards people in cities like Baltimore and Chicago with the rampant crime increase that comes from the BLM-related riots? Yes. You can blame the mayors. You can blame the people who supported the mayors, but there's a whole lot of people who didn't. There's a whole lot of people who are affected by this who don't deserve it. Yeah, that 8-year-old little girl didn't do anything.
Yeah, think about Chaz. Like, the only reason that thing existed is because the authorities in charge, specifically the mayor and the city council at the time, just like said, good. And everybody around that area and in that area had to suffer the consequences of a few people deciding this was a good thing and allowing the mob to rule. There, in any city, whether it's Baltimore, Ferguson, etc., for all the insanity that you see, that is, thankfully, a very, very small portion of the people who actually live there. But they just make the most noise and or do the most damage. So you might think, oh, that's just how the city feels, or that city's insane. No, they don't have a choice. It just kind of happens. The police stand back because the mayor tells them to, and everything starts burning down. It looks like a war zone. That's not reflective of the majority of the population.
Yeah. I'm happy to blame the voters, but I don't blame everybody, and I don't want it. I get hyperbolic when I talk about this stuff, but if I'm being honest, I don't want to see Baltimore burned down. I don't want to see fucking Atlanta burned down.
No.
I want to see a stop to this shit. I blame the people who put those asshole idiots into office.
Yeah,
I don't blame the people who voted against him, or the people who even the ones who didn't vote, or the innocents who were just trying to walk down the street that day.
This is a failure of leadership by spineless cowards that aren't doing their job and sympathize with the protesters.
Well, I don't even blame the people that voted them into office unless they voted them into office after they'd done this kind of thing before. Because you can see a mayor who's put to a test and their rhetoric is put up to the challenge or whatever, and they completely fail. So if the people who were running Ferguson, the people who are running Baltimore, the people who are running Seattle now, if they get reelected into office after this most extreme insanity, then I blame the voters. But up until that point, I don't necessarily blame somebody on giving somebody a chance. It's after they've shown their true colors as to whether or not you want to give them another one.
You are so trusting.
I am an idealist at the end of the day.
You are.
I'm pragmatic in that I know
Fucking
I'm not
hippie.
going to. I know I'm not going to get it. But this is the thing.
Have you been a hippie this whole time?
No, but hope springs eternal. Hope springs
Scribe,
eternal.
hold on. Hear that noise?
Yeah.
These are a bottle of black pills that I'm going to give you. First bottle's free.
Now I'm not. See, if I let go of what I hope for the best of us, then I've given up. That's it. Now, that's not me denying the reality, because I'm faced with the reality every night on the show, and I come to the show and I go like, all right, I know this thing happened today. I'm hoping that at least a reasonable thinking went into solving this problem or something, and then of course I'm disappointed again and again. But what is the one vital ingredient to being a true cynic? Hope and sentimentality.
That's what bites me in the ass every time. Never get hopeful; they'll just disappoint you.
Yeah, well, that's
the black pill talking.
Can
you tell me a culture, country, or race who's never had slavery or colonized land belonging to other cultures, countries, or races? No, there aren't any.
Culture, country, or
once you throw in races, there's only so many races. And if you're talking about taking land from other people and making it your own, which is colonizing, every race has done that.
I guess it depends also how you define country. Like there are countries that exist today that did not exist 200 years ago that never officially practiced slavery. So there have been countries that haven't practiced slavery.
It wasn't just slavery or colonialism.
Oh, I know one.
I mean, which one?
Sealand. It's not officially recognized by the British government, but it's a real thing.
Yeah. What's that guy that has his own country, like his house in the surrounding 2 acres, like in Arizona or something? Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, probably that guy too.
Did anyone hear about cancel Hamilton? I saw the hashtag, but I didn't go read it.
Yes, I saw that.
I'm not looking at that shit. I'm excited to see the play. I listened to the whole soundtrack last night. Oh, the soundtrack is amazing for that.
Yeah, my sister loves it.
It's on Disney Plus, and it's one of those things I really want to watch it, but I'm never upstairs. So the next time I am for any length of time, I will be watching that. And
but glorifying those slaveholders, monkey.
And
look,
his
man,
blackface.
I know.
They got people excited about musical theater and history. listening to the songs and the historical accuracies and stuff in there, I'm like, this is what everybody was so excited about? Mm-hmm. That's fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to do one about all the fucking founders. I can't wait for Jefferson.
Not gonna happen.
I know. Well, Hamilton was actually a really unique character.
Yeah.
It is funny though, if you watch anything about the founders, like Adams, the HBO thing.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
John Adams, that was a good one.
Or anything. The founders were men who hated each other.
They
really did not like each other at all.
Yeah, they were adversarial more often than not anything else. There were exceptions, like Adams and Jefferson were relatively good friends.
Yeah, and Hamilton and Washington were really good friends.
Yes.
And for a lot of their life, even Aaron Burr and Hamilton were friends.
Oh, yeah.
Until he shot him. Thank you, Gamer Valine. I saw the start of Common Core. I went blank having to recalculate algebraic functions after 14 years out of school, but I can figure out physics. I'm weird. No, Common Core is just garbage. There's no reason to have changed it. There's a lot of times people come in and they had trouble in school with something, so they decide it needs to be changed. This is how most of the changes in our school happen. Somebody had trouble within school, and so when they get the chance to be a teacher, like, I'm going to teach this differently, even if it's not any good. And these kind of things come up over and over the years. Common Core is not the first time they did something fucking stupid. Remember new math?
Yeah.
That was a thing for a while.
Real quick, back to the Hamilton thing, and this is more a question for chat, but is it just me, or was the greatest educational tool to tell us all about the death of Alexander Hamilton the milk commercial?
The milk commercial?
There was this milk commercial, and what it was is this guy was in this like little museum, and he's listening to the radio, and he's eating like peanut butter on bread, right? And as the radio's playing, it's like, today we're going to have our trivia question of the day, and the camera zooms over things in the museum, and it's just like, little historical artifacts, and the guy in the radio says, call in and let us know who shot Aaron Burr, or who shot Alexander Hamilton in that famous duel. And the camera zooms over what's actually in the museum. It's like, there's the musket ball that killed Hamilton. There's the gun that shot the ball. Here's a painting of it. And the guy's eyes get all wide, and he picks up the phone and he calls up and he says, yes, caller. And he goes, because his mouth is full of peanut butter. And the guy's like, I'm sorry, I can't hear it. And he grabs his milk carton, he tries to pour it out, but there's only drops of milk coming out. And he's like, oh. And then just got milk. Yeah, right. It was the greatest educational tool for who shot Hamilton.
Oh man, the song for when he dies, that one is well done. Fucking very well done. Should the next remake be an all-black cast? Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, with the only change being the chocolate river being white chocolate? No.
God, never.
You're thinking too much.
Never remake that. That movie is still the original is still perfect in every way.
I hate the original. It's preachy as fuck.
What? Preachy? What do you mean preachy?
Those little Oompa Loompas do nothing but preach at you to be a better person.
But they're midgets.
They're ugly midgets.
They're dancing midgets.
They're ugly, preachy midgets.
Did you hear the theory connection between that movie and Snowpiercer?
Yeah. No.
It's kind of fucked up.
Oh, it's amazing. It's okay. If you guys have never seen Snowpiercer, watch it by itself first and foremost. Just watch it because it's actually a decent sort of a post-apocalyptic movie. It is also a little ham-fisted in some of its metaphors, but all the same, it's a pretty good movie. Good acting. Chris Evans not being Captain America, etc. But then after you've watched that, look up Snowpiercer Willy Wonka on YouTube, and there's a couple of really good theory documentaries on that, and it is actually really if it's not connected, it was heavily inspired in elements, had to have been. But anyway,
ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, this is the day to ask me about my positions on politics, on society, whatever. If you have a question, what does monkey believe? Ask, because you can do that whenever you want to, but I want to get as much of it as I can into a single broadcast. So keep going. I'm great with math. I still use a calculator. Yeah, boy, was my mom wrong. What are you going to do if you have to do math and there's no calculator? Mom didn't know about cell phones. She died back in '89, so that was way back when solar calculators were still very, very new. They hadn't been real mainstream, but for a little while. Before then, you actually had to change batteries in a fucking calculator. So yeah, we weren't allowed to use calculators to do math when I was growing up. Even if the teacher said we could. Like, that's Mom, teacher said we could. What are you gonna do if there's no calculators and you have to do it? I won't do it. I'll wait till the teacher says I can. Can you break down the Electoral College for me? Oh, sure, Pete. Here in the United States, we are a collection of states, not one country. We're a country, but the federal government is what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not the be all end all. The states still have autonomy. And the bigger states wanted to have a direct election of the president because they were the bigger states and they would have more power in choosing who it is. The smaller states thought that was a shit idea. So they got together and they came up with the Electoral College, where based on the number of representatives each state has in Congress, they get a number of electors. So when you go to vote for the president, we don't actually vote for the president. We vote for the electors. The states get to break down how the electors are given out. Some states it's winner take all. In other states it's proportionately divided based on how many votes they got. It's a system where the smaller states still are at a disadvantage population-wise because there's more people in the bigger states, of course. And so the bigger states have more electoral votes. But it is not directly proportionate to their population. It's actually broken up a little bit so the smaller states actually have a chance where if they were all to get together, as happens from time to time, they can actually override the will of giant states if the giant states got together. Now, there is a mathematical thing where if, what is it, like, I think it's 11 states. If somebody won a certain number of states, it's well under half, they're going to win the presidency. But it was specifically done to keep the large states from having all the power. And because each individual state is supposed to have a say in our government, and the smaller states wouldn't have if it just was directly proportionate. I hope that helps. You might want to listen to it one or two times to fully get it. Is it worth trying to save a crackhead baby mama or try to find somebody with no history, but no drugs? I would say no. It's not worth it. Is it your baby? If it's your baby, I would get my baby out of there and move on. But you can't save somebody who doesn't want to be saved. That's just fact. Do you think SDA drifted too far or too much to the left? Do you think she watches too much CNN with Sophane, or college has got her? I think she's drifted far enough to the left that her and I disagree probably more than we used to. Is that too far to the left? No. I mean, she has her opinions. How did she come to those? I don't know. I'm not going to make a guess there. Maybe she just sat and thought, and that's what she came up with. I'm not going to assign motives there. But yeah, she's definitely further left than she used to be, or at least used to state. Yeah, but I'm not assigning motives. What is your favorite race? Oh, probably a bobsled.
Death Race 2000.
Oh, good one.
The original. Not the nonsense that they put out with Jason Statham. I'm talking David Carradine and Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, Roger Corman classic. I'm going with It's a Mad, Mad, Mad World.
Yeah, you left out a couple of mads there, but
yeah, well, yeah.
Cannonball Run wasn't bad either. Over here on Super Chat. Thank you, Kyle. Says, do you guys think one can objectively determine the quality of a film, TV series, or video game? Sure. Yes. Fight Club was objectively bad. And it was objectively gay.
The Hunt for Red October is objectively the best movie ever made.
In all seriousness, no, it's art, so it's subjective. I mean, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right?
Yeah, I hang out with you.
Indeed, see? You got the treasure. I got stuck with trash.
Oh, that was reversed on me.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're lucky I didn't make it about your mom.
And no, you don't.
Wait, if you're trash, then don't you worry about Antifa knocking you over?
Oh.
No, he's a hippie. Oh. He's on their side.
Yeah, that's right. I'm totally a hippie, guys. Yeah.
Fucking hippie. How dare you be all
Well, you know,
Happy.
by today's no, happy, no, but today, you know, the pendulum has swung so far in just the brief period of my lifetime that I might as well be a hippie in some of the ways that I operate. You know,
Indeed. Attack Alpaca asks, should there be a body positive Albert remake of Fat Albert? No. Y'all leave that cartoon alone. Fat Albert was great.
Actually, you know what? If they're going to do it, they should do effectively a sequel to Fat Albert, where it's after Albert's had laparoscopic surgery.
Lap band Albert.
Yeah, well, I mean, but he still has the nickname, but now he's got to adjust to everybody seeing him and not believing it's actually him. That kind of thing. Like
then he goes to jail for roofies.
There's somebody in my orbit who, for the totality of my friendship with them, big guy, really big guy, right? And in the last couple of years, I've lost touch just because, you know, the things happen. And then on Facebook the other day, there was a picture and it had his name underneath it. And I looked at the person in the picture. I was like, where is he? But I mean, the transformation was so dramatic that he did not look like him anymore. It was so bizarre. It was like, is that really him? Wow. And so, yeah, I think a funny movie would be, it's like here's Fat Albert, and he shows up at the door opens to his family, and they're like, "Who the hell are you?"
Oh, they could take that one step further, and in the sequel, he has to don a fat suit to go undercover.
So, Officer Albert, do you think you can handle this?
Yeah, it'll be re-Fat Albert.
Hazmat asked, what is your foot size? Mine is an 11. In the spirit of changing race for musicals, how about an MLK versus Malcolm X musical starring Nathan Lane and Hugh Jackman?
I'd watch that.
Sure. Why not? As long as the music's good, I'll watch. Non-VT Rex, thank you so much. Plot holes aren't objective criticism.
Sure they are. If the story does not follow one thing to the next, that's bad storytelling. It's objectively doesn't make any sense.
No, so you can say it objectively. There's a hole there, but you can't say objectively it's bad storytelling.
If the conclusion does not follow from the climax, it's bad storytelling.
To you.
Okay.
Somebody else might love that story. They might think the way the ending happened was perfect. That makes it subjective.
They would be wrong.
Yes.
It's true. I'm not gonna say that somebody can't be entertained by a movie that is bad, like The Room, Plan 9 from Outer Space, etc. You can love these movies, but if you're going to elevate them to say it's good storytelling, like no, you don't get to make that move. You can say that it's a fun movie. You can say that it's one of your favorite movies. You can even say it's a good movie because of all those other elements. But to then come down to the nitty gritty and say the storytelling's amazing, like, no.
That's subjective.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people have brain injuries out there, so
that's true as well. I'm a CNC machinist. You say you worked at a machine shop. Or did you do CNC? No. By the time I left the shop, they had just gotten their first 2 CNC machines. They used to use old World War II machines. I forget the designations on them. But we had a bunch of large ones. How many we have? I think we had 8 of the large ones that would take up to 1.5-inch bars. I think it was 1.5. Maybe it was 2 inches.
No,
that's way too big.
Wait, did you work for CNC Music Factory?
No.
Everybody dance now. You stole my fucking joke.
Shut the hell up, both of you.
I knew it. It's like CNC. I'm like, wait, Monkey work with CNC and machines. Oh my god!
Shut the hell up.
Aww.
The other ones were smaller and would take, I think, up to 3/4 inch. But they were old fashioned. Everything was done manually except turning on and it running. So if you had to adjust anything, it wasn't on a computer. It was in there with an Allen wrench, and doing it a very tiny little bit of a turn at a time to get get everything right. What side of the abortion argument do you think is more important? The medical side for things like rape and incest, or the political side of my body, my choice?
Oh boy.
I don't find either argument to be important because most of the people who do it, it's not, it's just, it should be. So any descriptor past there, like anytime somebody brings up, that they're pro-abortion and they're like, and I say I'm not, and they're like, well, what about rape? I'm like, do you think it should only be in the case of rape? Well, no. Then why are you asking me about rape? Because that's not your argument. Your argument is it should always be. When it comes to like rape, I'm torn on that one. I got to be honest. I think it's horrible to make a woman carry a baby that she was raped and had. But by that same thing, I do think that's a baby, and the baby didn't do anything wrong. So I don't know how I come down that. And when it's incest, I'm always curious when they say, what about incest? I'm like, okay, how old were they? Are you talking about a 21-year-old and a 23-year-old who were brother and sister and they fucked and got pregnant? No. If you're talking about molestation, well, that goes back to the rape thing, and the incest isn't a question. So that's my to that question. Which side is more important? I don't think either, because I don't think hangers up a uterus is a good idea.
I'm gonna go with the obvious question nobody asks in this: are the hangers American made?
Oh, you know what? They're probably made in China,
which means they're coated in lead, which puts the mother's life at risk.
James Colley just asked us all, what are your beliefs? That's kind of vague. Give me a little more specific on what beliefs you're asking for. I think I know, but give me a little more specific there. With the new bat. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If he meant Loch Ness Monster, then yes, totally.
Yeah. We've had that conversation, so you guys should have known that. With the new Batwoman casting, do you think they will make an existing Batwoman character black, or will they say a new character is taking over the Batwoman mantle? Is it?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know, because isn't the Batwoman that's in there right now? She's like Bruce's cousin.
Yeah, they're writing her out apparently somehow. So, and then they're bringing in this new woman, and they're replacing the redhead with a black woman.
Yep.
So
again,
Rico's going to be upset.
Well, I mean, okay, the redhead on the Batwoman was a wig, and the actual person underneath the mask was not a redhead. But if you want to go that way, yeah.
But they're not going to go with the red hair for the new Batwoman, are they?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the new character design. I've only seen the actress.
They better not cover up that. She's got gorgeous hair. It's beautiful, man. I just want to kiss it. I want to touch it like white people do.
That's such a fake thing. I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is she's going to end up with a really short haircut, and they're going to make her like as butch as possible, and then she'll just be an angry, bitter person who's a walking stereotype.
Or they go sort of the sassy Cleopatra Brown type thing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They do. What's her name from Jackie Brown? Do that kind of deal.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I know they're gonna go with. She used to be a drug dealer, so she's used to avoiding the cops. And she's got like a dark history, maybe some drug abuse, and she's openly lesbian and blah blah blah. Hit all the markers.
I do like that. I know that actress is bisexual because of this role. I don't know why that's important.
I like the idea of and just in general, I like the idea of a redemption story where you start out like you're the down and out, you're a former criminal, and you have to sort of redeem yourself, sort of like a Luke Cage kind of thing and that kind of stuff. That's not a bad way to start, as long as they develop that and that she doesn't instantly become a saint in the first episode. I'd like that.
She's already.
Go ahead, you first.
She's already a killer, so kind of ruins the whole bat thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I didn't know drug dealer also included murderer. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. It's still run by the same people, written by the same people. It'll probably get a boost in its first episode, and then I expect it's going to go right back to how Batwoman was, and it'll be canceled at the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then they'll either blame it on her performance or blame it on people being racist and of course homophobic. So what they should have done is canceled it, given the ratings and everything.
Yeah.
Why does Peppermint? Oh, what's up?
Thank you, Shio, for the donation. Oh God, I'm torn on the issue of abortion. On the one hand, I like killing babies, but on the other, it gives women a choice.
Not always. That's what stairs are for. Monkey, why does Peppermint Patty keep calling Charlie Brown Chuck all the time? Because Chuck is short for Charlie.
Yep.
I don't know why, but it is.
Charles, etc. Chuck, Charles, Charlie.
Those are not even close to the same word. That's just the first two letters.
Well, I'd have to look up the etymology of the Chuck nickname then, I guess.
Independence and indentured, they start with the same 4. Not even close. But so I don't know why things like that happen. It's like Jack and John.
And Jack.
I don't know why those are interchangeable. I feel like it was a relative who kept mispronouncing it, and it just became a thing. But you can't determine that the story is contradictory to the point that is labeled as factually bad. No, because some people will still like it. Reading 50 Shades of Grey, that is an objectively bad story, in my opinion. But it's not. That's just me being a jackass. It's subjective. Millions of people love that fucking story. Despite any flaws I can point out in it, millions of people loved it. Who am I to tell them it's not a good story? I mean, I can argue with them, but they're still allowed to believe it is.
Okay, why is Chuck the short for Charles? Charles to Chuck. Unlike most English nicknames, this one does not come from England. Chuck is an entirely American invention with a colorful backstory. The first famous Chuck was a 19th century New York gangster named Chuck Connors, whose given name was George Washington O'Connor, not Charles. So how did he get the nickname Chuck? Connors grew up in the Chinatown neighborhood of Lower Manhattan and even learned enough Chinese to earn him the unofficial title of, quote, Mayor of Chinatown. Connors claimed that he got the nickname Chuck because of his love for Chuck steak, but Evans has another theory. Quote, if you look at the 1850 U.S. Census, which was the first to list full names, almost all the people who had some variation of Chuck in their given name were Chinese, says Evans, who thinks Connors more likely picked up a nickname from the neighborhood. When Connor died in 1913, some of the New York papers erroneously printed his given name as Charles, making the first, if false, connection between Charles and Chuck. But since Charles lacked any catchy alternative nicknames at the time, Chuck stuck.
Okay, this is the kind of shit I hate. They said the guy himself said he got that nickname because of Chuck Steak.
Yeah.
And then they tell us a historian disagrees with the guy who had the name.
Well, no. So, I mean,
that's what it said.
Well, no. Yeah, no. That's why he had the name, but they're answering the question, why did it become associated with Charles since his name wasn't Charles? So the newspaper incorrectly called him Charles.
No, I get the end there.
Yeah, okay.
What I'm talking about is earlier on, they said, he said that's how he got it, and then, but a historian disagrees. Like that. Fuck that historian. Why would you even? He told you. Anyhow. Monkey, I have a demon in my house. It talks to me and keeps telling me to do things that I can't understand. What do I do? You need to learn to speak its language to find out what the fuck he's telling you to do.
Go on the road together.
Yeah,
Make it a show.
You could form a weird comedy troupe. Yeah. Like that'd be a Who's On First sort of thing.
Netflix series, My Demon and Me.
Was the same three-sided coin on Twitter that was on your stream sending super chats who was a viewer? Yes.
I did a familiar with the matter with them regarding personal finance early on in that series, which I play. By the way, I'm going to be doing another one of those in the near future because I did one a while back with the lady who's doing making a trailer for a cyberpunk TV series she's working on. And they just actually completed the trailer. It's going to premiere this weekend, and I'm going to try to schedule with her after the premiere sometime to do a follow-up to find out how the production went and all that kind of thing. So stay tuned for that.
Where am I at here? Everything jumped. Sorry, guys. I'm doing my best to get everything. There's a lot of chat here and very few questions.
Oh, we have a question on Twitter since we're here. And this is to all three of us. The question is, this is from Rudicus Prime. I'd like your guys' opinion on something, but there is a pretext story for it, so please bear with me. Oh, it's going to be a thread. Okay. I'll wait.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. No, sorry, he's got more of it here. Okay.
Is it all of it?
Yeah, it's all of it.
Okay.
Okay. I was born in East Germany back in the 1980s before the wall came down. I saw things too horrible to imagine. Neighbors' doors kicked in and them dragged off in the middle of the night. Atrocious food lines. People literally jailed and executed for wrong thinking speech. My family immigrated in the early 1990s, and we became legal citizens of this country. Now that the pretext is out of the way, I had a conversation with someone on the left about freedom. I tried to explain that I wasn't making anything about masks or schools opening political. I was trying to explain how it should come down to the choice of people. For masks and the choice of school districts, boards, as well as parents when it comes to schools. I guess I poorly tried to communicate my point, as they have since called me a liar about not politicizing freedom and muted me. What do you all think?
This was masks?
I had a conversation about the masks and schools opening and not making it political.
Unfortunately, any conversation you're going to have about this is going to be seen as political. Welcome to 2020. I get your point. I do, and I share it. I'm not against the idea of masks. I'm against the idea of forced masks. I'm not against people skipping church. I'm against people being told they can't go to church. People should have the right to make their own decisions and suffer the consequences thereof. And
is there a limit to that when it comes to, like, if I'm openly and knowing like infectious, should my civil rights be curtailed for the public good?
If you're sick, I have no problem with the quarantine. That's different, though. We're talking about telling healthy people they can't go out and do things. Because they might get sick and they might pass it on. That's one. Nothing. We've never done that before. You quarantine sick people, not healthy people. And we didn't do it to get rid of the virus. That was never the point. The whole point was to flatten the curve, which we did. I still don't like the way we did it, but that was the point. It was never to stop the virus. The virus, if you go back and look, when they first talked about this, when they gave us the 2 million people dead from that bullshit computer modeling that they did, if you look at the flattened curve, it flattens and just goes the fuck on forever. It doesn't ever stop, because all they were trying to do is keep it from spiking really huge at the beginning. That's not a good reason to make people stay in their houses, especially when the death rate is so overblown, when they're lying to people outright. Now, with that said, I don't see why you wouldn't wear a mask. Keep yourself safe. If you're going to your church and it's completely packed, if it were me, I'd be like, maybe I'll watch this one on TV. Maybe I'll catch it next week. I'm not going to go put myself in that situation. Again, it's about your choices and your consequences.
Well, it's also about responsibility, too. Like, how much do you want the government to make decisions for you about what you do? Because if they can do this and force you to do something small like this, they'll go a little bit further the next time, and then a little further the time after that. Yep. And the next thing you know, you're all wearing the same outfit.
Yeah, it is a very slippery slope, and for him, that's a slippery slope fallacy. Not all slippery slopes are a fallacy. We've seen them come true, and especially when it comes to governments taking power. But be aware, if you talk about this with anyone, it's going to be seen as political. It is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in fairness, you were being a little political. You were arguing freedom, and that's a political argument. An
unpopular one these days.
Very unpopular these days. Very unpopular for some fucking reason.
Well, I would like to point out, I'm quoting here from somebody, Monkey goes hard in his late night streams, and that translates to the Lords of the Night show. It's because you're so far right wing.
Yeah, I talked about that on the show last night. Just briefly.
I didn't get a chance to make fun of you about it.
Roll a boulder, motherfucker. This is Kyle says, wouldn't a story be a product, and can't you determine the quality of a product objectively? No. I mean, not when it comes to a story. Let's say you buy a book and you read it and you're like, this is fucking garbage. And then you give it to your friend and like, this is the best fucking thing ever. Objectively, which one of you's right?
Yeah,
your friend's an idiot at that point then.
I've bought some really good stuff from the dollar store.
Ruby Rose, smash your pass. Oh, I would smash the fuck out of that.
Yeah, smash.
She's cute as fuck, man. I'm not a fan of the tats, you guys know that, but she's cute. And she got that spicy look to her too, man. She looked like she was straight up bitch. And for what they said about the set of the show, she really is. So you guys know me and my bitchy women. I'd prefer it if she had long black hair, but can't win them all. Scribe, did you look up the 3/5 rule from the Constitution yet? The point that it was slaves and not all black people.
Well, somebody in the chat did yesterday and clarified that for sure, and I think I said so near the end of the show. So that did happen, yes. Although it was not me directly, it was my faithful viewership helping inform me and everybody else. And I think I ended up, because of that, circling the leaves out vital context circle on the bingo card.
Okay, I need some clarification here. What the hell was the argument?
So the speaker on the TEDx quoted the 13th Amendment as applying to black people, whereas it actually says slaves and indentured people, does not bring up race specifically. And so the argument there is that she was changing the context of the law to victimize a specific demographic rather than reciting the law as written to make her narrative work. Effectively, that's what it was. And so I was like, now, I mean, in my mind, I was like, I'm pretty sure that the chat telling me that that's not correct is correct. But I'm also not a constitutional scholar, and I don't know if some antiquated version of our laws actually specifically mentioned race. So I was like, I think that's true. And then somebody quoted it for me and like, okay, because even on something where it feels like that should be a softball determination for me. Mm-hmm. If I don't know it, I always get a little, I don't want to say definitively because I don't know, or I don't know. I can't say off the top of my head. So that's all that was.
Okay. All right. I was a little confused there. All right. Mm-hmm. Moving down. Wow, it jumped. God, I hate when it does that shit. YouTube, fix your shit. We're getting near the bottom though. So, did you guys hear about Halle Berry having to turn down a role playing a trans woman because she's not trans? Yep. And didn't she apologize as well for even thinking? She just thought about it. I'm thinking about doing that, is what she announced, and they're like, oh, how dare you?
Isn't that the same thing that happened to Scarlett Johansson a couple years back?
Yep.
And that movie never got made because she dropped out.
Yep. Why would you want a famous person who's going to put butts in the seat to make your movie and help you get financing for it? Because Scarlett Johansson was helping to finance that movie. She pulled out completely. I think it's absolutely asinine that you can't have a woman play a trans man. That's, if you're going to be, faithful and all, other than them actually calling themselves, why can't she just say, okay, I'm a trans man now? It's fluid, isn't it? That's what I've been told. And I mean, a trans man was born a woman. Halle Berry is obviously born a woman. God damn, she was born a woman. And I feel like that was probably a good fit. When it comes to forcing masks, do you have a problem with stores forcing you to wear masks or the government forcing you to wear masks? I have a problem with the government forcing you to wear masks. If a private business like you can't come in here without one, that's their business.
Yep.
Catcher in the Rye is the argument against objective quality in books. Stop it.
That book is shit.
I agree, but there are people who love it. So I voted for Trump and think he's doing a great job, but I have objective metrics to back me up. He's not the most polite guy, but that's not my argument. Is my perspective objective or subjective? It's subjective. Your metrics are the metrics you chose, right? It's your standard. That's what makes it subjective. Wood is objectively hard. It's not.
Mine is.
I knew that was coming.
How often do you have to reprogram Satsu to say the thoughts and things you think, Monk? Oh man, it's a fucking chore every day. Every day. They found someone else to play Batwoman. They did. I don't know if she's a good actress or not. I've never heard of the woman before. She's been in a couple of shows and she was like in a movie as somebody for half a minute or something like that. But what else? I really don't care who plays the trans character so long as they portray the portrayal is realistic and is positive. Why does it have to be positive? Can't you tell a story about a jackass? That's the problem I have right now. You know, I got into an argument over what's her name? Tammy Duckworth. And it's because of the whole thing going on with her and Tucker Carlson. Here's where I stand. Tucker Carlson called her out over her wanting to think about tearing down George Washington statues. I can't remember if she said she actually wanted to or that we should talk about it. But Tucker throws out a couple of other things, which I can't remember because, believe it or not, the man's not my God, that he used to say she's not patriotic. She shot back with, try walking a mile in my legs. That's significant because she was in a helicopter. I don't remember if she's a pilot or she was just in it. She was in a helicopter that went down and she lost her legs. She was in the military. And Tucker Carlson invited her onto the show, and her people said they won't even come onto the show. They won't consider coming onto the show unless he issues a public apology. Here's the thing. I find it disgusting to hide behind that. He made specific charges. If you're going to respond to it, answer the charges. Don't hide behind being a cripple and a vet, because those have fuck all to do with the charges. I don't think she has to go on and argue with him directly. I don't care. You don't have to debate somebody. But if you are going to open your mouth in response, actually respond to what was said. Don't pull out your cripple card and go, ha ha, because that's bullshit. And so I said this. And I was accused of being a Fox News watcher and just sticking up for Trump as they try to keep people from paying attention to the Russia connection because of Trump not going after Russia for the supposed hits out on our soldiers over there in Afghanistan. Yeah, that Fox News brought this up just to cover for that. I'm like, I don't fucking watch Fox News. But there was also he said, it's amazing, all you misogynists who are going after this female. It's okay to criticize women. And if you don't think it is, then you're the sexist. If you don't think you can criticize somebody because they're black, because they're a woman, because they're trans, you're the phobe in that instance. You're the one who thinks differently of them and that they're fragile and shouldn't have to take any fucking criticism. If you think somebody shouldn't be able to take criticism, you should probably take a really hard look at that person, because you are blinded by the light, my friend. You're seeing a halo where I guarantee you there's not one. And I am sick and fucking tired of being called a sexist and a racist by sexists and racists. I treat nobody differently. And if your only defense of somebody is, oh, You said something about a woman. When I didn't say fuck all about her being a woman, you're the sexist. Fuck you. I might still have a little annoyance in me.
I sense that.
I'm done. I'm done playing that game. I'm not doing it anymore. You're going to come at me and you're being a fucking racist and sexist. I'm calling you out on it. Stop being racist. I did that to somebody the other. What was it? It was somebody who was talking about how you can't criticize black people. Like, that's fucking racist. The fuck are you talking about? They're people. Of course you can criticize them. They're not Fabergé eggs, motherfucker. They're people. Treat them like that. Stop treating them differently, you fucking pig. Sorry. What do you think is more important about modern science? Chemistry and medicine, or engineering and astrophysics? Ooh.
Moon base.
I mean, chemistry and medicine are still pretty fucking important, but you know what? I can't answer that. I think they're both all four are quite important. Expo Hotep, thank you. Liar, you treat your granddaughters differently. You use this money on them. I do. I treat them differently because they are little Fabergé eggs. Am I flooding you with enough questions, Mr. Monkey? Yes. The Supreme Court on Thursday kept a hold on President Trump's financial records that Congress has been seeking for more than a year. The ruling returns the case to lower courts. I'll have to look at it. What was it? That must have just come out.
Yeah, I just threw it on the Twitter.
What's the breakdown? What was the score?
Hold on, I'll pull back up. 7-2.
Wow, another 7-2. Was it Ginsburg and Sotomayor again?
I gotta find it.
All you need to ask, will the Three Gorges Dam collapse? It could. I haven't seen any evidence that it will. All of the stuff that I've seen at the Three Gorge Dam, I haven't seen any damage or anything to it, and maybe it's just I haven't seen the right angles. But like the other day, somebody shared a video of them releasing water from the dam. They do that on dams. There's a reason they have those releases. That was a controlled release they were doing. Will it? I don't know. I don't know the architecture of it. I don't know the strength and everything. It could. Do you think the Boulder King is a lost cause and he should just go ahead and play in traffic? No, he shouldn't play in traffic, but is he a lost cause? I don't know.
I think he's trying to get some attention.
Pirates Creed says, what's this about live fact checking for debates? No idea. Are they thinking of doing that? Like immediately going, no, Mr. Trump, you were wrong. No, I guarantee you that's all they'll do. What is your favorite lesser known, less than 1K subscribers content creator on YouTube? Jack.
Yay!
That's not even a joke. Don't forget, you can subscribe to all his channels. They are linked below, as is Scribbles. Twitters are all down there as well. Patreons, T-shirt stores for me and Jack. I don't have yours in there, Scribe. I didn't know you were going to be on the show.
It's okay.
And everything's down there. Throw money at us because we're good people. If you were paid $1 million to do a drag show, win or lose, would you do it? Fuck yeah. $1 million to dress like a woman? Yeah, I've done it just for kicks or just to be funny before. I got to be careful how I say it. Just for kicks. Oh, you like drag? No, I did it for Halloween one year, and I've done it for the Miss Relay thing. What's your biggest guilty pleasure? Your mama.
Wow, that was a fat joke and an insult at the same time.
What's my biggest guilty pleasure? Twitter.
Yeah.
My opinion, Monday Matt does not want any kind of reconciliation whatsoever. He wants the negative attention more. I don't think he wants the negative attention. I think he's trying to find where he fits in. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what the man actually believes to tell you where I think he does. But I think he likes taking a lot of shots, and he's what's the word I'm looking for here? Wanting.
He's attention seeking. He's doing a lot of look at me, hoping for back pats.
Have you and Lady Monkey ever done a 3? Oh, you know what? I said this at the beginning when me and Jack did a basic, talking to the audience the other day. I will tell you anything about me. I'm not sharing anything about other people. So when it comes to anything I've done with my wife, I won't tell you. Because that's her business. I'm not Howard Stern. I know I'm funnier than him and better looking and have a greater voice. So you guys should know the difference, but sometimes that mistake is made because I have that charisma.
I'm looking at a bunch of articles about this. All I can see is John Roberts wrote the majority opinion, so he didn't sell anyone out this time.
Yeah, if you look up, if you go to supremecourt.org, the decision will be there.
Huh.
That's where Monkey goes to actually read the damn things. And then I have to make the PDF bigger because they always have it in Dear God, you're old and blind size. So I gotta make it really big so I can actually read the fucking thing. I think that's $1 million. I can't count the zeros. Or for $1 million, I will stick a brown rabbit tail puffball butt plug up my ass, spray paint myself gray, and cosplay as Baloo the bear. All right.
That's very specific.
That was very specific.
Favorite porn stars. I don't know porn stars.
Well, let's see. We're talking from Celeste from the 90s. Krista Mays. Oh, Krista Mays. She's like one of those redheads, and she just got this really sort of pouty face. And let's see. Lilith Lust, of course. God, who else? There's lots of them. Like Rachel Rocks back when she first showed up in the olden days. Eve Lawrence in her early stuff. I could go on. I won't.
Jack, you got a favorite?
I have a lot of favorites. Sabomi, Renazumi,
Oh yeah,
Abe Makako. She's
Is that a coincidence?
it may be a coincidence. If you want to talk honkies, then I don't know. Chasey Lane was hot back in the day.
Chasey Lane.
Do women fart, and do women fart a lot? They absolutely fart. I don't know I don't know how often and such.
Do a study.
I haven't taken a poll. Ladies in the chat, give me a 1 if you fart a lot, 2 if you just fart normal. Nothing for you here. Ask, what color would your lightsaber be? Mine would be blue. I like the blue. It's my favorite.
We have a birthday.
I see that. Janithor, it's your birthday. Around here, we do this. And 1 and a 2. Happy birthday, Taylor. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Taylor.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Jennifer.
I'm no Satsu. Happy
birthday
to you. Happy birthday, sir. I hope you have a good one. Judging by the poll, women fart a lot. There you go. Where are we at? There was one. If you were president, what would be your first executive order? To cancel all other executive orders.
Yes.
Okay. The dissenters appear to be Justice Thomas and Alito.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm betting they just wanted it tossed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that.
Yeah. If like Monkey said, if I was president, first thing I would do with executive orders, find a way to make executive orders no longer a thing, or at the very least, narrow the requirements down to very specific circumstances where they could be used, and not as broad as they are currently employed.
Did you say broad? That's sexist.
That word came up quite a bit in the TEDx yesterday. But
You got to call them whores.
No.
Yeah. That's what the whores like to be called. Does Little Butt play with Barbie Dreamhouse, or has it lost its luster? No, she likes it. She still plays with it.
Mm-hmm. Is Belle still her favorite character?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Except for, she's really gotten into the DC superhero girls.
Oh.
And she loves Wonder Woman.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind for Christmas time.
Yeah. I got her Batgirl stuff to play with, and she likes Batgirl.
Oh,
but I got it, and Lady Monkey goes, if you would have got her Wonder Woman stuff, she'd really like it. I'm like, but they didn't have anything cool.
Yeah.
The Batgirl thing comes with a gun and a mask that lights up and talks. Yeah. Yeah, and the Wonder Woman outfit's just a dress with a fucking crown, tiara.
You can go to Burger King for that.
Shit. What are the top 3 things you would kill someone over? Hurting my family, hurting a child, hurting an animal. Yeah, those 3. Don't hurt people, especially not people I care about or young innocents. I'll fuck you up. What's your favorite Christmas movie? Oh God,
Die Hard.
I do love Die Hard, but actually Scrooged.
Yeah, Scrooged. Oh God, I still have a sentimental place in my heart for It's a Wonderful Life, because I used to watch that when I was a kid with my mom, my dad, and there's just something sentimental about it. I mean, it's very aw shucks and sort of sickly sweet and everything, but I don't know. It was kind of a tradition, and I don't make it a habit of watching it very often, but I still like it.
There's a reason I've not watched that movie. And audience, what's the reason I've never watched that movie? How much have you guys been paying attention?
I don't even know, and I pay attention to. Actually, I don't pay attention to you at all.
Jack knows, but I don't know if he'll put it together.
Oh,
Jack, do you know why I haven't watched that movie?
I have a pretty good idea, but I'm gonna say it's because you hate Jimmy Stewart.
It's the way he talks. I can't even do it. Did you used to dance when you were younger? If so, how did you dance? Oh, I used to dance quite a bit. Right up until my neck got hurt. I silly dance. I slow dance. I can dirty dance.
Oh.
Did that at a prom one time, and got some looks from the chaperones. Like, we're just dancing. Fuck off.
You do the lambada, the forbidden dance?
It was pretty close. She was all up on my thigh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very good friend of mine. I wasn't even there with her. She just wanted somebody to dance with. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, why not?
I'll rub my crotch on you.
Absolutely, she was cute. Wow. Dom, that's an interesting choice. Said I'd much rather smell a queef than a girl fart. Aren't they the same?
Well, you probably put that queef there, so.
Ex-Bubba Hotep, you got it. And were you the first one to say it there too?
I think he was.
Yeah, thank you, Ex-Bubba Hotep, who says Monk doesn't like black and white movies. That is absolutely true.
You racist.
I don't like them. The only black and white movie that I watch on purpose and like is Casablanca.
Okay, there's I don't know.
No.
There's just okay, hold on.
No.
There's just something about the light and the stylistic nature of black and white in some movies that just make it better. Like The Third Man. The third, not necessarily. Sometimes they chose to do it as a stylistic thing, but I mean, there's some movies that you can't imagine being any other way.
No.
The Third Man. Well, I mean, and they play to it. You see, that's the thing. The filmmakers at the time who understood the limitations of black and white made it a part of the setting and the narrative and the atmosphere. If you watch The Third Man with Orson Welles, Joe Cotton, the lighting and the contrast of how many darks and grays and whites, etc., there are, is part of the motion picture. It's not just that was the limitation of the film. They made it a part of the setting, a part of the atmosphere. That's where it works.
You tell me the last thing Jesus Christ said as he was dying on the cross was, "You have to watch black and white movies." I'm like, damn, I'm going to hell because I don't like them. And there's a reason for that. When I was growing up, there was a black and white TV, and then there was the color TV. And I hated watching shit on the black and white TV because it felt inferior. So I watched color. And that's why I hate the fucking Wizard of Oz too. Besides its gay little songs.
But the Wizard of Oz wasn't black and white. It was sepia tone.
It was still black and white. How dare you?
You hate so many things.
I do. I'm a hater.
So much hate.
I'm all right with it. Somebody said Christmas Shoes is their favorite movie. You better be joking. That movie's horrible. Why do people want to make people sad at Christmas? If you were emperor, what?
So they probably watch Old Yeller afterwards.
Yeah, and then go kick their dog. If you were Emperor Palpatine, would you be the Senate? It's in the script. You have to. Somebody said National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. That's another good one.
Ernest Saves Christmas was better.
Oh, Ernest Saves Christmas was great. It's actually one of the better Ernest movies.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Halloween one's still the best one, though.
My favorite's still the original. Ernest Goes to Camp. That's a classic, man.
That is a classic.
Would Bill Cosby get royalties for a remake of Fat Albert? Well, his wife would. Somebody asked me a question about my pills, and I saw somebody. Okay, I didn't see the question about the pills. I think it was Angry who asked, "Did Monkey answer the question about pills?" I didn't see the question about pills, so if you're here, throw it back in. Do you think the hippie movement was the original door that opened us up to most of the crap we deal with today?
The Frankfurt School was.
No, I think it's a lot of the blame because it was very publicized, and it's been so lionized in cinema and television. So yeah. Thank you, non-BT Rex. Lords of the Night, do your objective standards influence your subjective opinions about art? How would an objective opinion work that way? The only thing, like, if somebody wrote a book, you could objectively say there's words spelled wrong in it. But can you objectively? I mean, it's always going to be subjective because it's your standard. As soon as it's your standard, not total. That's objective means it is. Subjective means it's up to you. Batman Returns is a Christmas movie. Technically, I would say so.
Yeah, technically.
Ernest Goes to Camp was great, but I also had a thing for Jacob Vargas, so I may be biased. Who's Jacob Vargas?
I don't
know who that is. I just thought it was cool because Ernest was in a movie. And I didn't realize until I was much older that the whole country didn't know him from the milk commercials.
Yeah, well, that was a relatively regional thing. Like I had no idea. Yeah, I had no idea who Ernest was until Ernest Goes to Camp showed up, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" And he was funny, and I thought it was a goofy movie, and I liked it. And then Ernest Saves Christmas is great. And then I just was entertained by the names of the movies he was in after that, like Ernest Scared Stupid. Mm-hmm. I still just saying that is fucking hilarious.
The Marva Made Milk commercials were great. You know what I mean? And I think it's awesome that he launched a career from those silly fucking commercials into Hollywood. And actually, he was a decent actor. He did a really good job.
Yeah, he was a classically trained Shakespearean actor, and he just fell into that thing, and he sort of got typecast with that character. And I know they must have asked him about it, but I always wondered, like, you know, he could never really achieve the kind of level of acting in movies that I think he was actually aiming for when he was becoming an actor because of Ernest.
I hope he was more like Shatner is today rather than how he was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
He would embrace it and went, you know, yeah, I'm typecast, but this pays my bills. People enjoy it. I'm having fun. Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to change my pills for my lower back nerve pain. Any suggestions? No. I cannot give you medical advice. I'm not a doctor, and none of the shit they've given me is actually working with the shit. My advice, ask your doctor. Tell them it's not working and ask. Worst Venom adaptation, Venom or Spider-Man 3? Spider-Man 3 without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, I've only seen bits and pieces of Venom itself. I'm not happy with either one of them, but as far as like which is worse, I mean, neither character is a correct reflection of Eddie Brock. That's really, I guess, my biggest problem is that the symbiote can be just about anything, just an evil monster. The Venom, but it really comes down to, does your Eddie Brock make any sense? And neither one did, so I don't like either one of them.
Yeah, it's a tie for worst.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man gets the origin story at least a little closer. But the Venom one, working with what they had to work with, did a better story. In Spider-Man 3 was so rushed, they just absolutely destroyed the character.
Well, Sam Raimi didn't even want to use Venom, but it was kind of a studio dictate that they do. So, yeah.
They had in Spider-Man 1, there was one villain. In 2, there was 2 villains. So in 3, you got to have you eventually stop.
You see, and that was my Batman theory of how you destroy a franchise, is that you keep having you only have so much real estate in a film to explain your characters. So the first movie, you got Batman and the Joker, right? And that's it. And that's fine. You have the hero, you have the antagonist, the protagonist, etc. Well, then the next movie, it's like, okay, you don't need to spend that much time dealing with Batman because we already know who Batman is. So you can add the Penguin along with the Catwoman and say, okay, we're going to focus in on these extra characters. But the thing is, and the only reason that Batman Returns worked is because the love interest was also one of the villains. They didn't have to create a new character for that, so they saved some real estate there. But then you get into Batman Forever, and you've got to deal with Batman, which you don't have to do much work with, but you also have the love interest, which is Nicole Kidman, and you have the Riddler, and you have Two-Face, and just, okay, now you've spent your load. You can't do that anymore. But it always has to be a one-up thing. So the Amazing Spider-Man 2, you had Rhino and Electro and the Green Goblin. Like, oh, for God's sake, stop it! And they don't learn their lessons.
Do your children ever join the chat? Not asking for names. I know one of my children has been in chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to say which one, just because occasionally I slip and say things, and I don't want to out them in any way. So yes, one of my children has been in chat. The other 2 may have been.
I don't have any children.
That's sad. Oh man, the English majors, both single, no children.
Yep.
Sad.
We're sad people. It's true.
Don't get English degrees. That's the if you take nothing else away from this stream tonight. If you want love, no English.
Yeah.
Women don't like to be corrected on the way they talk. Yeah, no woman wants the Scribe treatment when you fucking use the wrong there on Twitter.
Well, depends on what kind of treatment we're talking. Well, never mind.
You know the funny part? I used to correct myself before I ever knew you, so now I have you. You're actually like my spell checker. It makes my life easier.
Here's the thing: I don't actually do it all that often, but I've got the reputation for it now. It's like that Mark. It's like that Mark Twain quote: "You give a man a reputation of as an early riser, that man can sleep till noon." Like I don't even need to do it that often anymore. People just like, "Oh, he's a correct." Like, well, yeah, okay.
I think I can remember 3 times that you've done it. And that's, again, over the course of at least 3.5 years we've known each other.
Yeah.
So that's not bad at all. But it's you. It's your fault.
It's true.
Jim Varney, isn't he dead? Yes, sadly he passed.
Yeah, I think it was cancer.
Yeah. From smoking. He had cancer.
Yep, too much smoking.
Did you ever do the rooster comb injection for your back? No?
Rooster comb injection?
I don't know what that is. I had injections in my back and they hurt like fuck. That was a time I cried for half an hour and couldn't stop. I wasn't like, but tears just down my face for half a fucking hour. Like, I'm never doing that again. Fuck you. And it didn't help at all. So, yeah. Which of your spawn is the strongest? physically strongest, probably my middle child, my oldest son. But anyway, guys, we're gonna stop with questions. Well, actually, I'll give you a couple more minutes. Policy questions. Policy questions, if you have any, or position questions, not sexual. Or if there's some controversy that's out there, something that, you know, the kind of shit people are asking about and accusing me of. If you have one of those, throw it in now, because we'll be wrapping up here shortly. We're at 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
3 hours and 8 minutes, y'all.
I got most of my work done already. The large chunk of it. I still have to wait for a bunch of stuff, but I'm debating about doing a TEDx today or not. I'm not sure. Chat, what do you think? Should I do a TEDx today? Let me know.
Yeah. My wife was an English major. She failed a second semester of a foreign language. Otherwise, she had enough credits for maybe a 6-year degree. Damn.
Okay, so while we're waiting on questions, Andy Doe just posted an article of Vancouver police to investigate tire marks on LGBT crosswalk as gesture of hate.
Oh, for the love of fuck.
What?
Ranting Monkey, what's your free trade policy? I don't believe in free trade. Free trade is going to fuck one of the parties, and what you should be doing, and likely the bigger party, us, what you should be doing is looking out for your best interest. That doesn't mean you have to go out there and try to screw the other guy, but your interest should be taken into account. You should be doing your leadership should be doing what's best for you, not what's best for the world. Do you think Whitmer deserves all the heat she's getting for her policies about COVID? I think she deserves all the heat she's getting because she's a fucking idiot.
It's just bad at her job.
Yeah. And I think she deserves a lot of heat, and she didn't get any of it for changing the policy so her husband could go rake the fucking yard. What's your opinion on our Lord and Savior Cthulhu? I have never read any of that shit.
Don't call it shit.
Stuff. Is that okay? Colloquial, not.
Yeah. Sure.
I haven't read it. I can't have an opinion. I've never read any of that stuff. I know people who read it absolutely love it, but I have no attachment to it because I've never. Any game stream after this? No, I haven't slept. I'm gonna go lay back down and see if I can fucking sleep. Nut says save your sanity, Scribe.
Well, I got two I'm looking at. I got one that might be just educational. It's how to win election campaigns in a changing world. And I thought, given the upcoming situation, I'd be curious to know what a perspective on that is. And the other one is restorative justice in communities. And I've done quite a few on those. I'm looking at that election one just maybe as a curiosity.
Actually, I'm not that tired. This might be one of those nights that Monkey hangs out until Lords of the Night, and I'm on there going, I don't know where the fuck I am, guys.
Like every other night?
Dude, I have not had any kind of real sleep since Saturday.
You need to go to bed, at least try.
I have a pain that's saying I shouldn't do that.
Real quick, thank you, Okie Native. Adding to the Send Jack to Aussie land to bang hot Asians with Aussie accents fun. Thank you. I appreciate your donation.
Daniel asks, how do we conquer the left media in colleges?
Conquer it? Why would you want to conquer it?
I get what they're meaning. There's nothing wrong with there being left colleges and media as long as there's a decent outlet to have a differing opinion.
Yeah.
How do you conquer it? Well, anytime this shit pops up, you have to respond to it. And if more voices respond, but here's the thing. You have to respond honestly. You can't just look at it and go, this is left-leaning shit. You have to say why. And too many people just go, oh, that's leftist shit. But why? What's wrong with it? That's what needs pointed out. They lied here. They misquoted here. They grossly took this out of fucking context. They didn't tell you about all the dead commies. You have to be honest, and there's too many people who aren't. There's too many people who are way too hyperbolic about it. Favorite form of lightsaber combat? Gunfight.
I guess my favorite form, Vapad, maybe, just because it's so violent and it edges right on the dark side, but you can still technically be a Jedi, as Mace Windu was. So yeah.
I hate that you know what that word is and means.
What? Because it's so amazing.
Nerd.
Yeah.
Fights.
Star Wars nerd. Yeah, I mean it's either get Sarisu or Vapad. I mean, it depends. It depends on who you are. You can analyze, and there are guys that have done this because the people who made the movies they used like traditional fighting styles, sure. And these got names, and then each character had their own signature fighting style. Like if you look at Qui-Gon Jinn, he held his lightsaber differently than Obi-Wan did because each one practiced a different form of lightsaber combat. So these things do mechanically exist even in the movies, and they just got names and histories in the expanded universe.
I like it when they go when they hit each other. There's pretty lights. I like that.
I don't know any of the combat styles. I've seen the movies, and in the movies, I don't think they ever mention them. So
no,
expanded universe stuff that I don't pay attention to. So sorry, I can't answer that one. What's your opinion on school vouchers? I don't have a problem with them. Make a better school, get more kids. There you go. But there you go, guys. We're done with questions. I mean, you can still ask questions. I have a couple more cigarettes left, so I'm not quite ready to end the show.
I'm not going nowhere. I got work. I got to stay at my desk for work. So, what up?
Oh God, I saw so much stupid yesterday, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, stupid,
how stupid was it?
Oh, brain melting.
Oh wow.
Oh, there's this story. This popped up last night. Actually, a security guard in Southern California killed a guy because he didn't wear a mask.
Oh, we saw that at wasn't like a dollar store or something where there was a shooting because the security guy said wear a mask and the people who wouldn't shot him or something like that a couple weeks back. Yeah, that's nuts. Nuts.
This one, where was this at? It was a Southern California market, is all they say. He told him to wear the mask. The guy told him to go fuck himself. They got into a little altercation. They separate. They get into another little altercation. The guy goes to walk away, and this guy pulls out his pistol and shoots him in the back.
Jesus.
Does he die?
Yeah.
I missed that part. Did he?
He's dead.
Oh, damn it.
Yep. Over a fucking mask.
The security guard's been arrested, I hope.
Yes. Yeah, he's facing murder charges.
Good.
Now, I actually wanted to talk about this. Here's kind of a deep topic. We do deep topics.
We used to do
Does that count as a COVID death?
I think so, yes, actually.
God.
They'll swab his nose and go, yeah, it's in there. I saw CNN the other day. Chris Saliza
Strike one
was talking about how bad Florida is right now. And he links to the Florida stats from the actual State Department there.
Yeah.
And they had 10,000 new cases on the day that he posted it. It was either yesterday or the day before.
Okay.
But they show the cases for the last 2 weeks each day, how many they got.
Right.
And it was amazing that the number of cases they found coincided almost identical to the number of tests they did. The actual number of new cases, there was one day that was remarkably low, but all of the other ones were between 14 and 17% of new cases found each time they did it. Okay. So a 3% difference depending on the day. That doesn't show that it's like the infection is getting any worse or anything. It's just they're testing more.
So what you're saying is the tests cause COVID.
Yes. I'm saying that it's not something to just, ignore. You should take precautions. We've said that since the beginning. But be careful with the scare tactics. Because 10,000 new cases. Do you know how many people they had tested that day? Over 75,000.
Is that cases of COVID or coronavirus infections?
Coronavirus, I believe. But
Oh,
they intermingled it, so I am.
yeah, of course.
This is like when they were testing people for Ebola and finding it in Africa.
Well, there was another great part of it because they showed the total number of cases that they tested for each day, and that's different because they test sick people too, and some of them they test several times throughout the day, but they'll only count one test for each person.
The positive one?
Yep. If they're tested and they test negative, even if it's after the positive test, they only count the positive test. Ain't that a bitch? But don't worry, guys. They're being completely fucking honest with you. For fuck's sake. I know I wanted to talk about this because it was a little argument that popped up on Twitter. And it's about Breaking Bad. Have you guys both seen the show?
Yeah.
Yes. And El Camino, yes.
I haven't watched El Camino.
Me either.
It's like I've said before. I think I said it on the Unprofessionals with Undoomed. Even if you're a fan of the show, it's not necessary. It's kind of superfluous. I was fine with just Jesse going off in the night and not knowing what happened to him. Ambiguity was kind of nice. But I mean, if you're a fan of the show, you're going to enjoy it. There's a lot there to see, and a lot of storylines wrapped up or characters sort of given a send off and that kind of stuff. So it's okay.
Shit, I forget Walter's wife's name.
Skylar.
Yes. Bitch.
Well, here was the thing. Somebody posted this, and it's their two pictures, and above Walt it says the show villain, and above Skylar it says the actual villain. Hang on. This guy wrote, her husband, without ever consulting her, becomes a drug lord who ruthlessly kills anyone in his way, but she nags him, so I guess fuck her.
What?
Well,
are they saying people are saying she's the true villain and giving him a pass?
What this guy's saying is that Walt is the true villain.
Yes, he is. He
I don't
becomes
think
the villain. He becomes the villain over time. I mean, the villain. I mean, if you want to get really psychological about it, the villain is his own diminishing sense of purpose in life from the beginning of the show through the end, because he explains it right at the end of the show. He looks at her and says, "I did it for me. I liked it. I was good at it." It's him trying to find his purpose in life and him rushing up against society versus his impulses. That's, if there's a villain to the story, that's it. I mean, as far as like who's the protagonist, yeah, Walter's the protagonist of the story because we're following him and his adventures and his complications. But yeah, she's not the villain. He's technically the villain. He becomes villainous.
I disagree with your assessment, and I'll explain in a second. This is Kyle. Thank you. Would you guys eat a fruit that gave you a random superpower, but at the cost of never being able to swim again? No, I like to swim.
Random superpower? Yeah, I guess no, not random. Because there's superpower. It's like you can pick up any phone and call any other phone in the world, even if you don't have their number. Like, I wouldn't trade swimming for that.
Well, what if your ability was to breathe underwater? And you can never go swimming.
All you can do is walk.
That would be a monkey's paw kind of situation, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Monkey's why it got to be a monkey's paw?
Because that was the name of the story, Monkey.
Why it got to be a monkey's paw?
I think we know why.
Yeah.
It's racist.
That's racist.
Probably.
Yeah, if I got to pick the power, then maybe, but beyond that, no.
Yeah, not a random power. But thank you for the donation. As far as the show goes, and this happens in shows like this or stories like this where your main character is a shitbag. Walter's a shitbag. He absolutely is. But he starts off as a sympathetic character.
Right.
It's this guy who's dying and he wants to make money for his family.
Yes.
He becomes a shitbag because he likes it.
Yes.
So he starts out as a sympathetic character where Skylar's a cunt throughout. Now, she's not as cunty as he is criminal, but as the main protagonist of the show, as the guy who starts out sympathetically with this noble purpose, no matter the means, I understand people who look at her and go, "Fuck that bitch." That doesn't make him a good guy.
No,
but I hated Skylar. Absolutely hated her. Didn't want to see her on the screen. I wanted to see her get shot in the face. Because she was annoying as shit. She was a horrible character. Why would you marry that bitch? Why would you want to stay with that bitch? You got all that money, go get yourself a nice, cute little blonde. There, you can have an evil character who is the not necessarily the villain of the piece.
Well, he's the anti-hero.
You can, I suppose.
I mean, like I say, he's the protagonist. He's not necessarily the good guy. That's the difference in these kind of stories. There's a great TV series that unfortunately only lasted like a season called Prophet back in the 90s on Fox, Profit. I don't know if you can find it on DVD anymore. I have a collection, thankfully. Adrian Pastar. Basically, it's Richard III in corporate America, where the main character is the villain, but he's the guy you're following. He's the guy who looks aside to the camera and breaks the fourth wall to tell you the evil he's going to do, and then you watch him go do it. And it's fun. It's entertaining because you're in on the joke, so to speak. But that doesn't make him a good guy. That just makes him the protagonist of the story.
Well, like in Dexter. Have you seen all of that?
No.
Okay. Dexter's a serial killer.
Yes.
He's a mass murderer.
Yep.
But he's never... Well, okay, they turn him into a villainous character later on because they made the show run too long and they kind of had to.
Well, they turned it over to a guy that didn't know how to write the show after the other people left, but yeah.
The first season, he's a serial killer, but he's not the villain. And just seeing this with these two characters, because she is, and let's see, she cheated on him. She did kind of get in on the business, but not really. She wasn't happy to be there.
Yeah.
So she still had the criminal element. And she was a complete cunt to him throughout. I can see why people would see her as the villain of the show.
Yeah.
Jack, any thoughts?
I never once saw her make a sandwich.
See? Proof.
Yeah, but she wasn't the constant direct opposition to the main character, to the protagonist.
True.
She was an obstacle. She was also a motivation for the character because she was the mother of his children. Now you can look at it as a lot of people, their relationships change. I mean, how many people we've seen where the mother and the father, the husband and the wife, their relationship isn't nearly as passionate or as romantic as it was when they first got together, but they have children, and their relationship is adapted to being parents first rather than being husband and wife. I've seen that countless times in my real life. So, and they don't necessarily get along, but they have a higher purpose together as a couple, and that is the raising of their children, the maintenance of their family. Now, you can argue the mental health issues of doing that if those are your motivations, but it's not uncommon. So seeing their relationship the way it was, even without the whole drug dealing thing, I could understand it. They had kids to raise, they had a home, they had a family, they had a life they'd established, and sometimes that takes precedence over having a perfect relationship. So I didn't really see her as villainous. I just saw her as like, this is a marriage that is obviously on the rocks, and obviously it's so because this guy is choosing to do meth versus like just dying with dignity.
Fuck, I went to bed and woke up and you're still streaming. Dude, it's only been 3 hours. How long? That's a nap. Can't say you went to bed. But blonde hair is evil, apparently. What?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's from my TEDx talk yesterday, but I'll save that for tonight.
Oh, fair enough. Did y'all hear Seattle got caught making a segregation training camp for segregating whites? The city of Seattle or people in it?
Yeah, that'd be my first question. Is this official or just another random group?
Would you be surprised either way?
No.
No, but I mean, my surprise and or I suppose outrage would depend on which one it was. Yeah.
It's definitely more fucked up if it was the city itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to bed at 12 a.m. It's now 9. Then I'm not still streaming. I'm streaming again.
I turned off the TV and then the TV show stopped, and I turned it back on and the TV started again. And that's a rerun. No.
It's still going. It was the city. Really? I gotta see that one.
I
did watch some of the what's it called? Portland stuff last night. Man, they are petering out quick.
How do you mean?
So the protests were getting bigger and bigger, culminating with what happened on the 4th of July was the worst of the worst.
Right.
And then every night since then, the crowds are just getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Nobody's
to the
paying
point where
attention to them.
the police are like not even paying any attention to them at all. They're just like, fuck these guys. It's amazing how little courage they have with that small crowd. Like, oh shit, they can arrest all of us now. But as we said, don't worry, guys. It'll come back. It'll come back. Just wait for any kind of little thing to pop up, and they'll be out there cheering in the streets again and ripping shit down and burning shit because that's what they do. No, Dante, do people really think I'm that stupid? You don't have to tell me when you're fucking with me, man. I can usually figure it out. I figured out that you were just, never mind. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, man. I saw an interesting, I'm curious on y'all's take on the Black National Anthem being played at the football games. Because I watched a video, the Hodge twins. I love those guys. They're funny as shit. I like their political commentary, but if you watch their other stuff, it's just as hilarious. But they were talking about it, two black guys, and they agreed with what I said. That's just separating blacks.
Yep.
And it's not a national anthem. It's not. They brought up a point I didn't think of, though. If it's so important to do it, why are they only doing it during the first week of games?
Well, that reminds me of like the ad boycott at Facebook. It's like at least for July,
right? For 1 month.
Yeah, we're gonna make this. It's almost more condescending that like, oh, we'll do it for a little while just to placate you until this all blows over, and then we'll go back to status quo. It's like, well, do you actually have the courage of your convictions or not? Not that I particularly care. I mean, the idea that, like Monkey said, and like the Hodge guy said, why would you want to separate people out by race in what is a song for them and not a song for these other? It doesn't make any sense. It's completely antithetical to the whole idea of one nation, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, looking past that and just looking at the gesture itself, that's all it is. It's a gesture. If you're not going to make it permanent, if you're not going to make it a part of the deal, then what exactly are you doing but just throwing table scraps, effectively?
Isn't it more insulting to only do it once?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like what is it's a token situation. It's tokenism in its placation. Like, why would you do that? Unless you mean it to be insulting, effectively, you know?
How angry and riotty are people going to get if you kneel during that?
Well, that's a great thing. The one Hodge when he's like, I will kneel for the Black National Anthem. By the way, he's a black guy, so he can make that joke. It's not a real anthem. Are people going to stand up and put their hand over their heart for it?
Probably. No, they'll do the solidarity fist.
You know, I don't have a problem with the solidarity fist, but the other one, I mean, that's, yeah.
I think it's stupid.
It is. It's dumb. And I thought we got away from all that. I thought we were at least trying to get away from all that segregation shit.
I'm telling you, whoever's behind this is like secretly a Klansman, because this is some right out of the KKK wet dream list.
Well, it was funny when they were talking about it. The one looks at the other and goes, oh my God, I sound like a white supremacist. And he kind of does, because he's talking about, he's putting himself in their shoes of the people who want the Black National Anthem. And he's like, and then we should give the blacks their own bathrooms and their own vending areas and their own seating. He goes, oh my God, I sound like a white nationalist. Like, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Separating us all. I seem to recall the enemies are the ones who want that, right? The bad guys, the ones in the white hoods. The Proud Boys you're all so scared of. It is amazing to watch them be so scared of the Proud Boys, man.
Oh, that's all they fucking talk about.
I got a story about the Seattle thing real quick.
All right, hold on. The police could save tear gas in Portland if they just ran out and said, the Proud Boys are coming. The crowd would scatter like fuck. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just read. This is from the Daily Mail, and they've got the little bullet point summaries at the top, so I'll just read that for brevity's sake. So headline is, City of Seattle held segregated training session for white staff aimed at, quote, undoing their whiteness, unquote, and told them, quote, not to take undeserved promotions, unquote, to be better allies for racial justice.
Time out.
Let me get through the bullet points so I get the whole picture real quick. Bullet point number 1, the City of Seattle held a segregated training session. Yeah, right. Okay. Titled Interrupting Internalized Racial Superiority and Whiteness. The training session was reportedly held by the Office of Civil Rights on June 12th. So this is several weeks back now. One handout distributed in the 2.5-hour session reportedly read that, quote, racism is not our fault, but we are responsible, unquote.
What the fuck?
Hold on. Another said white staffers must give up, quote, the land, unquote, and their, quote, guaranteed physical safety, unquote, in order to be an, quote, accomplice, unquote, for racial justice.
The fuck?
And lastly, the Seattle's Office of Civil Rights has not yet returned a dailymail.com request for comment on the alleged training program. So far, it's all alleged.
Okay.
So let's just keep that in mind.
We need to back up then, because first of all, they weren't holding a segregation. They made it sound in chat like they were teaching segregation. That's not what this means. It means that whites were segregated from the blacks for this training class. That's all that meant. Why would you turn down a promotion that was offered to you? Why is it being offered to you if you don't deserve it?
What's the title of the thing? It was like the second bullet point, I think.
Oh, sorry. One sec.
Oh, my bad.
I closed it.
He always closes shit.
I do. It's terrible. Hold on.
It's like, I read that. It's dead to me.
Okay. It is called, again, the alleged title, because they haven't said that it's confirmed yet. The title was Interrupting Internalized Racial Superiority and Whiteness.
Doesn't that seem to imply that white people are superior?
Yes.
Well,
like seriously, this sounds like the Klan fucking wrote this.
Yeah.
Oh, they did. Okay, read it one more time.
Well, it's internalized, so you could say it's assumed, like your unconscious bias, your unconscious belief, etc. So not necessarily that it's a truism, just that you believe it inherently because you're white.
Yeah, read it again.
All right. Interrupting internalized racial superiority and whiteness.
Yeah, they don't put. I understand what you're saying, Scribe, but the way it's written.
I know. I'm trying to give as generous a spin on it. I'm trying to be nice because there are ambiguities in the text here, and without knowing more information on what was supposedly taught and having some confirmation, I'm willing to extend the possibility that it's like. We need to make you guys stop in reflexively believing what the press and what society's telling you about your skin.
And I understand that. But this is the kind of shit that happens over and over and over again.
Yes.
I can't count the number of times we've done a story about this, and Satsu will stop us and wait. Did they just say whites are better than blacks?
Right.
And they do. They do it all the fucking time.
Yes. Sorry, but benevolent condescension or benevolent supremacy. It's just... or condescending supremacy.
Fuck's sake.
There are such self-loathing white supremacists.
Yeah.
What was the last one?
The last what?
Bullet point.
Oh,
You're closing it, didn't you?
The Seattle's Office of Civil Rights has not yet returned a dailymail.com request for comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, the one above that.
Another said white staffers must give up, quote, the land, unquote, and their, quote, guaranteed physical safety, unquote,
that's the part.
In order to be an accomplice for racial justice. Now, see, an accomplice is lesser than an ally. You see? Yeah. There's a rank structure to this thing.
No, isn't accomplice better than an ally? Because they're helping. They're actually out there doing things. Is the thing.
Well,
the ally is the one who talks the talk. The accomplice is the one who walks the walk.
Yeah, this is some manifest destiny.
But
I
I want to talk about what was written. How the fuck do you give up your physical safety?
Well, you have to put yourself in harm's way in order to fight for racial justice. You can't just say that you're for racial justice. You have to do something actively and confront the powers that are promoting racial justice. So you have to put yourself on the front line. You have to go confront white supremacists physically and so on. That's what they mean.
You got to stand there with your baby with a shirt on that says, if they start shooting, get behind my fat ass.
Yeah. See, it's part of putting the work in. You have to, then you have to wash their feet.
So you got to be homeless and a human meat shield.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just being rhetorically supportive, that's not enough. You have to prove it through action. You can't just vote or support causes or just write treatises or something. No, you have to actually show up. That's what it means to be showing up. You actually have to arrive physically at a place. You have to defer to those around you as to what is the appropriate way to best fight for racial justice, and you have to put your bodies on the line. I've heard, and I'm not saying this in some kind of facetious, humorous way. This is precisely what I've been told over and over and over again as to what it means to be an ally or an accomplice. I guess it depends what it is, because I've heard accomplice used when as a pejorative, like you are an accomplice to racial injustice.
Yeah.
Because accomplice usually is referring to a criminal act of some kind or a wrongdoing. There's allies, etc. But accomplice is usually, that's why I was kind of like not sure where that fit in the hierarchy.
There's videos out there of people telling you got to stop being an ally. You need to become an accomplice. That's been going on for 6 or 8 months now.
No, you have to put the work in, because like the sign I saw somewhere once said, work will set you free.
Oh. I want to address something in chat. This is kind of a fucked up story, but sorry, they're in the right. Lady Antebellum, now known as Lady A, has filed a lawsuit against the singer known as Lady A, who says she's been going by that name for over 2 decades. Lady Antebellum officially changed their name, like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well, we got to talk about the story of what happened, because it's not just they decided to sue this bitch out of nowhere. Corey, thank you. When do we get to be an accessory? When you go to Portland and hang out in the street. So Lady Antebellum changes to Lady A, and they're made aware of this blues singer. And so they arrange a talk. And they have this talk where it is discussed that they might do a song together and that they will promote this lady's career. And they made posts about it on social media with both of them very happy. And somewhere after that, things took a dark turn. It broke down to the point where this lady is demanding $10 million of them to let them use the name. And they have decided to sue her for copyright. Because 10 years ago, they copyrighted the name Lady A. Oh. Yeah, they own the copyright to it. Oh. They sell merchandise and have been for a decade with that name on it. They filled out their thing. It went through the process. There was no objection. And so, yeah, it's theirs. They own it.
Okay.
The only reason they decided to sue her is because she's demanding this ridiculous amount of money from them. They don't owe her shit. Is it fucked up? Yeah. But she should have copyrighted her fucking name. I guarantee you Lady Antebellum is copyrighted. Yeah. You can't just go out and use that. So greed set in. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. So she's not the victim that it looks like if you only read the headline or you only catch a couple of snippets. If you read through what actually happened, yeah, they were going to work with her. They were going to let her continue to use the name. but she went all bitchy on him. So like, man, fuck you.
Yeah, she saw dollar signs.
Yep. $10 million. Now, I do have to say the $10 million number, that was not officially released, but all three of the band members came out and said that's what she asked for. So,
Yeah,
we are taking them at their word on that.
that's true. Yeah.
She hasn't denied it though. So,
Well, yeah.
that's what's actually going on with that. And yeah, she forced their hand. I don't know what else the deliberations were, but if they were like, hey, we're going to do a song with you and we're going to help promote your career, that probably would have been the way to go. Like, look, we own this, but we're still going to let you use it and we'll help you out.
Yeah.
Because who in the fuck had heard of Lady A before this happened?
I mean, she'll get a boost just as a result of that, even if she goes back to her like given name or something. But yeah, I mean, why not? You know, and you could transition out and like say, okay, to avoid any confusion in the future, I'll go from Lady A to my given name after I've gone along with you for a while, and then it'll sort of be like a mutual split off, and I can have a career and you can have a career. We don't have to have a lawsuit. And just as a thing, it's just that I'm looking at CNN. They have a little quote down here. It's a video. I can't watch it, but the title of the video is, quote, "That's some white privilege," unquote. Blues singer Anita White on Lady A lawsuit.
No, it's fucking law. You should have copyrighted your name, dumbass. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have something of value, you should trademark it or copyright it, depending on what you're doing. It depends on which one you're supposed to use. But they own it. She should have done that. And if she's been a singer that long, somebody should have told her that a long time ago. And then she could have sued them for using Lady A. And she'd be rich as fuck right now. Sorry. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, so I it's a fucked up situation. I mean, she's been using it for that long. But I mean, law's the law, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What other nonsense did I see? There's lots of it, man. Oh, this was a great one. We talked about this briefly on the show last night, but I'm interested in y'all's opinion on this one because, fuck. Lady said, cancel culture. If you are canceled but do not wish to be, you must work to earn back people's respect by owning up to that thing that canceled you in the first place. Listen. Hold on, it gets better. Listening to others, educating yourself, and advocating on behalf of the people that you have offended / harmed. You better capitulate and get into our service. Is that not some shit?
Every time I hear the visions of Salem witch trials dance in my head when it's kind of like confess your sin for that which we've convicted you of without evidence or something, you know?
I see re-education camp.
Yeah, that's some gulag level shit.
Yeah. Well, we've seen people do that. They'll get accused of something. They'll come out immediately with some kind of apology. And like, the lady from Big Bang Theory, Katie Cuoco or whatever her name is. She did some interview years ago where she said, I like coming home and cooking for my husband. I like being a housewife. And everybody was like, that's not feminist, blah, 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 blah. And she came out like a week later or something, all apologetic and like, no, I believe in feminism and that. You know, I just can't stand up for something that you enjoy doing because somebody told you you're wrong for thinking that way.
Educate yourself and advocate for the thing that you harmed.
Mm-hmm.
With those words. And then there was the story from about Facebook where a report came out that said the Facebook, the way Facebook has been doing their policies and such, allows people to have their civil rights violated online. How the fuck do you violate civil rights online? I've been asking everybody. Nobody can give me an answer.
Well, I mean, if Facebook is somehow selling or sharing or revealing your private information against.
Oh, that ain't what they're talking about.
Well, I'm just trying to. Well, I mean, I don't know either, but I'm just trying to think of what could
Well,
be. Now, civil rights course. Now, does a company, if you've signed over and you've agreed to it, and they
let me be clear.
That, yeah,
their specific complaint is because of Facebook's adherence to free speech as much as they can. Real quick. Thank you, Snubbert. Breaking Supreme Court rules Trump must turn in his taxes. I'm guessing that's for the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, called that one. You guys remember I said they probably won't make him turn it over to Congress. They will make him turn it over to the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
Which is still bullshit because it's a fishing expedition. And over on the Streamlabs, real quick, thank you, Bruni, who says functional society is white privilege. Trademark and copyright is abused too often. Just look at Games Workshop and Arch Warhammer. They threaten the whole of Warhammer YouTube by making him go to Arch or be stuck.
Oh, the guy's YouTube name was Arch Warhammer. Yeah.
What? Like that was his real name, or that's the name he picked?
That was his channel name or whatever. And then so the Warhammer 40k people were like, you can't use that even in that name, even though Warhammer as a word isn't. It's an object. It's a historical name for something. So yeah, but they made that argument.
Did it go to court?
I don't know, honestly.
Because you had to taken that shit to court.
Yeah, well, he's in Britain and they got goofy laws.
That's true too.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Facebook thing. Yeah. It's because of them allowing free speech. It is somehow the only way I could see them violating free speech or civil rights is by taking away somebody's free speech. If you made that argument, I could be okay, maybe.
Yeah. But
by allowing people to speak, you can't take away somebody's civil rights by calling them a douche.
Yeah, I like I said, either the only thing I can think of with an online deal is or a platform like that is either somehow they're violating someone's right to privacy. Like in some fashion, they're misusing or rebroadcasting someone's information, doing something in that sense. Or like you say, they are conspiring in some way to prevent you from speaking. But then, of course, the argument is, well, that just protects you from the government preventing your right to free speech. So, but in the spirit of civil rights, sure, you could make that argument. So either Fourth Amendment or First Amendment, I could see being arguments depending on the circumstances. If we're just talking, how could an online platform violate your civil rights?
I could see that with the Fourth Amendment, and if that was the argument they made, maybe I'd be like, all right.
Yeah.
But when they specifically went to free speech, go fuck yourself. You're violating civil rights by letting people be mean online. Shut the fuck up, you pussy.
Yeah.
And then this was a New York Times article.
Sure.
New York fucking Times. People are having their civil rights because people are mean to them online. Fuck off. Seriously, what a nation of goddamn pussies. They're words. Just fucking ignore them. Block them. You have that ability. How the fuck? You don't need to silence everybody you disagree with entirely. Let other people still listen to them, and you go the fuck away, you little pansy ass motherfucker.
Yeah, but it's a recreational sport now.
I know.
Going after people. I mean, Twitter and Facebook and everything has made discourse a full contact sport, and it is like you said. I think you said earlier today. Oh, what's your guilty pleasure? You say Twitter.
Yep.
Yeah, it is because you have all this easy access to just vent or interact with or confront or whatever else, and it's entertaining. And so when you want to downplay something that you disagree with, that's fun. Except the problem is that people don't understand that's like, well, your ability to do that is the exact same reason why their ability to say so has to be respected as well. But that gets lost.
But for me, there's a much bigger problem here of the absolute abuse of the words civil rights. I know we have watered the fuck down out of everything.
Yes.
But other than the things you mentioned, maybe a Fourth Amendment argument, maybe a First Amendment argument.
Yeah.
I don't see in any way how you could have your civil rights. It's not like somebody can kidnap you on fucking Facebook. They might be able to kidnap you because they found you on Facebook, but that's different.
I could see the reverse of what they're complaining about. Like, oh, people are able to say what they want. That's violating my civil rights of my civil right not to be offended or something. I could see it the reverse, and we've seen this before, where like a lot of online platforms have, if not directly, then in spirit, conspired to silence specific people or groups.
Again, if you're talking about silencing, I sure.
Yeah.
But that's not what they are talking about by not silencing people.
Right. Yeah, and that's the dumb side of it. Yeah.
Excuse me. Hashtag for Lords of the Night still work with it being news instead of news with a. Oh yeah. It does. With hashtags, it doesn't matter. The only reason people put capitals in there so you can read them easier. Yeah. Yeah, you can type the whole thing in caps if you want.
Well, you want MSS news, not Lords of the Night for.
Well, yeah, he just put news in quotes, so I'm guessing.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Amendments to what? The U.S. Constitution. I'm sorry to ask how many amendments exist. I only ever hear of a few. What are we at? 28, 29?
Something like that, yeah.
Most of them are rarely used. The ones that get talked about the most are first, second. You'll hear some about the fourth and the fifth.
13th.
13th gets used a lot. 14th gets used occasionally.
The 19th.
Now the one that's going to come up more so as we move, and we're not that far off from getting into the actual debate/election season for official 25th Amendment in regards to Biden, because that's going to become an issue more and more if it hasn't already.
Check Your Logic says, I always hear first, second, 13th, 14th, 19th, and 25th. You hear 19th a lot in joking. The reason you don't hear about a lot of amendments, even the 19th, is because it's something like the 19th gives women the right to vote. The vast majority of people have no problem with women having the right to vote. Remember, I don't think it should count, but I still think they should have a right to vote. As for the 25th, if you go back to Obama, go back just to the beginning of Obama's term or the end of Obama's term, you never heard about the 25th. Nobody talked about it. The only time it got talked about was like when Reagan got shot. I think that's the last time it got any real play.
Well, I mean, the last time it was brought up was that whole like Rod Rosenstein conspiracy about whether or not they could like subvert the presidency somehow, like get him declared incompetent or whatever. Wasn't that part of the deal?
Well, yeah, that's in the Trump era.
Yeah.
Yeah. So before Trump, it wasn't talked about very much.
Yeah.
Now here, there was a scheme worked up by the FBI to try to get the administration to declare President Trump unfit with the 25th Amendment.
Right.
And you're hearing a lot of talk of it because of Joseph Biden.
Yes.
Because if he wins, there's a good chance the 25th is getting implemented. The only way it doesn't get implemented is if somebody is pulling the strings and just uses him as a perfect puppet for 4 years and he makes it. Otherwise, if people look at him and go, that man's retarded, and then they'll have to. So, yeah, you don't hear about most of the amendments because it's the same reason you don't hear about most of the stuff in the Constitution. It's stuff that nobody really argues about. We're okay with. It's only the ones where there's like the Second Amendment. The only reason you hear about it so often is because there's the gun rights argument and the gun control argument. You hear about the first a lot because it actually encompasses quite a few things. You have the freedom of religion, the freedom of assembly, the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, all in that First Amendment. So it comes up quite often. But yeah, I can't remember the exact number. 27, we're being told. There we go, 27.
Supreme Court also ruled on a Oklahoma Indian reservation suit. And it's pretty rough.
What's up?
The Supreme Court on Thursday ruled that by a 5-4 margin that nearly half of Oklahoma is an Indian reservation in the eyes of the criminal justice system, preventing state authorities from prosecuting offenses that involve Native Americans.
Whoa!
Shit!
Wow! Really?
Robert
Damn.
that didn't, that little pussy motherfucker.
This is
Damn.
over a guy that got busted by Oklahoma for raping a 4-year-old girl, and the Indians said you have no right to prosecute him.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Wow.
Chicago Mike, thank you. Don't touch the 21st Amendment. I think it'll be fine. Wow.
Damn, that's crazy.
I got some reading to do today.
Yeah.
So we got 2 Trump ones, and they're coming to the end of their session. Wasn't it supposed to end last week?
I think so.
So yeah, they whatever they have left sounds like they're dumping it all today. I'm interested to read the decision in the Southern District of New York. I'm gonna have to read the one in Congress to see why they're remanding it instead of just settling it. And this one I didn't even know about. This one will be interesting to read. Fuck that, man. Oh.
Yeah, this affects 1.8 million residents. This could change a lot. This is a massive victory for the Indians there, but that could change a lot of stuff. I don't know. That could
got to go back to some long ago treaty.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wow, that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
If you got any Indian blood in you, it might be a good time to move to Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's the Muskogee Creek Nation, which I think they're part of another group, I think.
So wait, does that mean that? So if half of Oklahoma is actually a Native American reservation,
yeah,
then does that mean that anybody currently living on that half that isn't Native American can be made to leave?
That's one of the ramifications that we might see.
It depends on what. See, this is one of those things. It's going to depend on what the ruling says, the specifics of whatever the treaty was. It may have been that the treaty gave them this land. Because that said, if I remember what you said correctly, Jack, that in the when it comes to the law or enforcing the law, that is Indian land, which makes it sound like there's a caveat that makes that so, but still like allows the U.S. to claim the area.
Yeah.
No, the state can't prosecute anyone for a crime that happens on this territory. It sounds like.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Tulsa, Oklahoma, falls within that territory. Then.
Yeah.
And you know that not the entirety of the residents of Tulsa, Oklahoma are Native American, or at least not belonging to that tribe. So,
Sir Wolfgang, thank you. Trail of Tears intensifies, and Okie Native says the judgment effectively changes nothing. Bullshit.
No. Here's the other thing too. Retroactively, does that mean that anybody convicted of a crime, since it should have always been considered Native American land, does that mean anybody who's ever been convicted of a crime in that territory that is currently serving a sentence has to be released forthwith?
Well, I think there's a lot to be seen here. The important thing is this was over a guy raping a 4-year-old.
No, I get you. I do.
Yeah. Well, that's
the other ramification. Look,
Yeah.
fuck that guy. You guys just set a horrible precedent for what could happen to him.
Wow.
But no, what you said there, Scribe, depending on what this says, yes. If you were found guilty of a crime in that area and the state cannot prosecute in that area, then your conviction should be overturned immediately.
Because it says been recognized as part of a reservation based on the historical claim, which means that it should have been considered such back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone who can claim to have a lineage to that tribe, who is currently in jail, or anybody who had been convicted in the past, they should, by this ruling, as far as I can tell, have either that conviction expunged and or be immediately released from jail and also have that expunged. But they would then be subject, conceivably, to the tribal courts if they choose to do anything with it at all. But that's beside the point. This is nuts.
So I would activate the National Guard and invade. because obviously they're holding hostages of American
Oh,
citizens.
I didn't even think about this. And they're saying in here, tribe members who live within the boundaries are now set to become exempt from certain state obligations, such as paying state taxes. How much are they owed in back taxes they paid?
I brought that up, but you guys were talking.
Oh,
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I don't understand though why, because it says the tribal members won't be subjected to taxes.
right.
But why would anybody living in that area be subjected to taxes?
Well, but you have to be part of the tribe, and if you're not part of the tribe, technically you're not supposed to be there in the first place.
Well, that's fine, but you still are. You're not in the U.S.
Well,
Also, all of your votes shouldn't count anymore. Well, they're allowed to vote, so I guess it would depend.
Here's the flip, though. Anybody who isn't a member of the tribe, who has been paying, say, property taxes to the state over the last whatever,
To the county.
the state now owes it to the tribe, don't they? Because they've been stealing their money.
Well, no, they owe
No?
it back to the person.
Well, there's that too, and then the tribe. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Property tax. Yeah. They
Didn't have a right to charge them tax in the first place, so they owe them a refund. Oh, this is nuts! This is nuts!
Oh, wow.
Wow, Oklahoma's going to be an absolute. Holy
Okay,
cow.
I got to read the ruling.
Yeah. No,
Oklahoma.
we're guessing. We're guessing, guys. We're not lawyers. I was kind of thinking of all the possible implications of this, and if even half of them are anywhere near accurate, this is crazy.
So when we do go back to war with Oklahoma, Westerns will make a comeback.
Doniger asks, they can legally have slaves there then? Yeah. Okay. I hope you feel better. I love you.
Aw, Lady Monkey. Did she take the NyQuil?
No, she's going to the doctor though.
Oh no.
It better not be COVID. Doesn't this violate the separate but equal? Look, guys, I got to read the ruling to see what exactly, because what I've heard so far, one, these are news reports that you guys are reading, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they often get the rulings wrong as fuck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be reading these. I think I'm gonna wrap up here. I'm out of cigarettes. I need to pee, and I got some homework to do. So
Yeah, sounds good.
Everything we just said is subject to change and is all speculation, guys.
Yep.
Just letting you know. Let's see. Sorry. I'm trying. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing right now? Thank you guys for coming and hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so very much for the donations. You guys are very, very kind, and I appreciate it. And I'll be eating well because of you. I'm gonna get the deluxe ramen this time. The stuff with like corn and stuff in it.
Porn?
The cups. It has like little corn and carrots in it.
Oh, corn, not porn. Okay.
I thought he said porn too.
You guys need to listen.
They were
English majors. Scribbles, anything you want to shill out there?
Keep an eye on my Twitter, guys. I'm thinking about doing a TEDx. I've actually I might be able to actually just log out of work early today, so I might have some extra time to kill. So we'll see. I'll debate. Maybe I'll hold off until the weekend. But yeah, and I think my Twitter's in the description. So if nothing else, go subscribe to my channel or follow me on Twitter. Yay!
Both of those are in the description. I love that the lack of smoke seems to be a metric to programming, says all you need. Well, normally what I would do is ask these gentlemen to hold things while I run to the bathroom and roll a few, but we've been going for 4 hours now. And like I said, I got a lot of Supreme Court reading to do. You guys ever read those fucking things?
Once in school a couple times, and yeah.
This is going to be a long session. Jack, anything you want to shill today?
I'll throw some links in the chat. Thank you for the donations. And hey, Cabell, enjoy all your crimes you get to commit now.
Indeed. Have fun out there. Be safe. What a stupid fucking ruling.
Depends. We'll see.
Don't forget, tonight we are on Satsu 2 Cents channel, 9 p.m. Eastern time. I don't have a game stream planned. I might not do it until after Lords of the Night, guys, because like I said, I got the reading to do, and it'll probably put me to sleep. And I'm going to stay up to see, make sure Lady Monkey's okay, and I'll probably try to go to sleep again. So no time for it. It just is what it is. Thank you guys for watching. Scribbles, Jack, thank you guys for joining me. Everybody enjoy your day. We'll see you next time.
Bye, guys.
My day.